guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Everybody ready? Hey there! Ready or not, it's time to roll. Alrighty, so we close out a Sunday, we close out the weekend, and here comes a Monday. As we work our way time zone to time zone into the 26th day of July. Welcome back for another week. Live from the Hotshot Secret Bunker. Cincinnati, Ohio is the headquarters. Hope you had a good weekend. Everybody was just locked into the Olympic Games, right? Or not? Apparently not. Apparently, yeah, some of the numbers. Yeah, I think the opening ceremony saw the lowest number of viewers in was it 30 years? Not a lot of enthusiasm. Just, I guess, too much controversy surrounding the games. All this, woke society protests, kneeling for events like the women's soccer team, and just leaves a bitter taste in people's mouth. I did not really, as I was flipping through the channels, I came across some game, and I don't even know what the game was. Had no idea what they were playing. I guess the Team USA has won a few medals. I think I saw a headline that the U.S. basketball team, for the first time in I don't know how many years, they actually lost a game this past day. Yeah, Team USA basketball losing to France. Oh, boy. I did tune into some of the racing action over the weekend. Josh was sharing some of the live coverage from the tractor pools down in Tennessee, where it looks like they had a wonderful weekend, beautiful weekend for pooling action there. Unlike some of the previous big events where 1 or 2 days had been rained out the last couple of times he's been out to events. Things went well over the weekend. We'll give you, all the very latest coming up here. We start things off with a look at our travelers' weather. Late last week, as we were getting set for the weekend, there was all this talk about a tropical disturbance that had a possibility of developing. Come Saturday morning, they were talking 60% chance of developing, possibly being a named storm, just off the coast of Florida, right on the Florida-Georgia line. It's moving westerly, but for the most part, it's kind of run out of time for development prior to moving inland today. We will see some showers and thunderstorms regardless of development, but as we said, the clock was ticking over the weekend for the development of that disturbed area. The steering breezes are going to push the center of this weak circulation onshore, probably overnight tonight, over northeastern Florida. The disturbance was over the Gulf Stream waters, definitely warm enough to nurture development. Water temperatures in the low to middle 80s there. But there was a lot of dry air kind of wrapping into the system over the weekend that chased away a lot of the thunderstorm activity that rumbled across Florida Friday and Friday night. And that dry air, along with wind shear, continued to inhibit development just offshore through the day Sunday. It looks like the northerly wind shear will transition to easterly wind shear on into the day today. So you end up exchanging one inhibiting factor for another inhibitor. This change in the steering breezes and wind shear will tend to bring more moist air into Florida, as well as southeastern Georgia, coastal areas of South Carolina between now and Tuesday. So with that, it'll bring the uptick in showers and thunderstorms, regardless of tropical development. Some of these storms can be rather robust, even by southern U.S. standards, with strong wind gusts, torrential downpours. We could see some flash flooding in the offing. There's also the potential for a few waterspouts to be spawned, as well as a couple of tornadoes over Florida and southeastern Georgia. All right, even though the circulation of this disturbance has been weak, it is forecast to generate some rough seas and surf along and off the southern Atlantic coast on into Tuesday of this week. So the concern there becomes rip currents, which are almost always present and likely to be stronger and more frequent than usual, posing a risk for beach goers. Once the center of circulation moves onshore early today, the risk of development, of course, dramatically decreases. Some low risk of development may linger along the southern Atlantic coast for a period of time this week, as a broad area of disturbed weather is going to remain in place. Elsewhere in the Atlantic, conditions are forecast to remain quiet here during the last week of July. I almost said June, July. Can you believe that? We're rolling into the final week here of July. August is almost upon us. Yeah, we'd be talking about kids going back to school. Summer just got started, didn't it? Now, of course, we've had 5 named systems thus far in the Atlantic Basin. Claudette, Danny, and Elsa making landfall are affecting the southeastern USA as tropical storms. Elsa did reach just briefly Category 1 hurricane status while over the eastern Caribbean and then just west of Florida. Forecasters continue to project 16 to 20 named systems in the Atlantic this year, with additional landfalls predicted in the U.S. Following this, the usual lull in tropical activity during the midsummer months, they still anticipate an uptick in named systems toward the end of summer and into the fall. All right, average formation date for the 5th named system over the Atlantic typically isn't until toward the end of August. So we were way ahead of the schedule as far as that goes. But again, it's been very quiet in the last couple of weeks there in the southeast. And as I look at the current radar scene, I mean, there's not much of anything. I mean, a few showers off the coast along a line from, say, Palm Coast down to Daytona Beach. It's again, off the coast. There is a cluster of thunderstorms down toward between Lake Placid and Okeechobee, Florida. Nothing widespread, just your scattered thunderstorms. Got one little system down toward Cape Coral. Yeah, they're moving kind of from east to west. So those showers are moving offshore. And then, of course, the storms I mentioned up between Lake Placid and Okeechobee kind of moving from south to north. They're over southern Florida. The area where we are seeing some fairly feisty thunderstorms tonight is back into the Central Plains. Starting in southwestern portions of Kansas on over into central Oklahoma. These showers are very heavy rain, but very slow moving, almost parked over the same area for extended periods of time. So if you find yourself in some of those showers, be aware. We could see some flash flooding. Could see some of that along I-40 from the western portions of the state west of Oklahoma City, headed over toward the state line, the Texas Panhandle region. More showers and thunderstorms, quite a bit of rain in the northwestern portions of the Texas Panhandle on up into southwestern portions of Kansas, from Garden City to Ulysses. Some heavy torrential rains in that zone. And some of that rain extends all the way back into eastern portions of Colorado. Other clusters of thunderstorms back towards Pueblo, just to the west of Pueblo, Colorado. Another little cluster of thunderstorms toward Grand Junction, Colorado tonight. We're going to be watching for, again, an uptick in some of the monsoon activity out west. Meanwhile, we were talking about the heat building in. All right, as I flip the page over, heat advisories through much of the South, from the Gulf Coast, pretty much all of Louisiana, eastern Texas, eastern Oklahoma, much of Arkansas, western Mississippi. You've got heat advisories in place as we get the new week started here. Heat index, what it's going to feel like up to 109 degrees with the moisture in the atmosphere, hot temperatures, high humidity, which could cause heat illness. Find a cool, shaded location. And again, that's pretty widespread. Residents in the northern plains have seen plenty of this so far this summer. But it's this region, the southern plains, where you haven't really had the extensive kind of heat or heat waves. That changed over the weekend. The heat dome continued to build across the northern, central, and southern plains. And it is going to persist through much of this week, they tell us. For parts of the northern plains, this is just going to add to the number of triple-digit days you've already seen this year. One place that had not seen that was Dallas, Texas. Weather in Dallas this summer has been warm, but not all that hot, having not yet experienced a single triple-digit high. So they're running almost a month behind for that. You're expected to hit that mark today, 100 degrees today, 26 days behind average. Wichita Falls, Abilene, also cities in Texas, forecast to hit the century mark for the first time. Both of those cities usually reach 100 for the first time much earlier than Dallas even. Wichita Falls, it's back in the early days of June. Abilene, typically by June the 16th. That's not been the case in the northern plains, where we see places like we've been talking about Bismarck. They've reached 100 degrees, 9 days already this year? And it may get even hotter than what's already been seen, they tell us, in Bismarck. As we look ahead this week, Tuesday, the temperature may surpass 110. You've only surpassed 110 3 times since they started keeping records in Bismarck back in 1875. All-time record in Bismarck is 114 degrees from back in 1936. According to the drought monitor, drought is much less extensive across the central plains. There's no drought conditions in the southern plains, but in the northern plains, yeah, pretty extensive with all these, the heat that's been settled in all summer long. All right, Waco, temperatures at or above 100, not expected. Today will be a close call. Forecast high is 99. So just knocking on the door. Oklahoma City, another location yet to see 100 degrees. Similar to Waco, looks like Oklahoma City may flirt with the century mark this week. All right, mercury likely to reach between 95 and 98 degrees through Tuesday, so still not seeing that 100 mark. Wichita running a little bit below normal here for the month of July. Now, forecasters warn even though the temperatures may not rise as high in the southern plains compared to the northern plains, does not mean the same dangers will not be present. It's going to be very humid further south. That's also part of the reason the actual temperature won't climb quite as high there. But with the heat and humidity combined, it's going to feel closer to 105, 110 degrees. A break in the intense heat is finally expected by later this week. Temperatures in the 80s and lower 90s from North Dakota to Nebraska. Temperatures further south probably going to stick around in the middle to upper 90s, but that's actually right about normal for this time of year. Dog days of summer, right? All right, so underway here on a Monday, close out the weekend. Who all's checking in out of the box? Hello, Colton, young Colton. Right? He was just anxious for the new week to get started. It's going to be back to school time pretty soon there, young Colton, isn't it? Kyle with us after one final weekend off, if you'd have it that way. But things kick into action. He's got the next 5 weekends in a row. Going to be out traveling the country. We'll get to some of our racing action updates coming here shortly. Marianne back listening after spending a week in the hospital. I hope you're okay there. She said, I missed hearing y'all. We'll get well soon. Captain Ron checking in. Yeah, it's Monday, your favorite day of the week, right? Blah. Let's see. John checking in. Greetings from Southern Illinois. Tank checking in. Happy Monday. Headed down to Memphis to get me a wagon and head out west. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Let's see. Big Moose is with us. He says, good morning, Corton. Hello, Hank, Kyle, Radio Land. Big Moose on the loose one more time. Crazy Ray checking in from West Michigan. 69 degrees at this hour. Sure is good to hear the overnight drive. Had a great weekend. All right. Glad you had a good weekend. Let's see. Jeff said it was so bad I watched Formula One and boat racing over the weekend. I will not watch the Olympics. See? Right? So your options are pretty limited, huh? Let's see. Kevin said, greetings from the People's Republic of Illinois, the state of confusion. God bless America. God bless our truckers. And God bless you, Steve Sommers. Keep it up. Good to have you with us, Kevin. Richard checking in from Central Florida. Jared says, no Olympics for me. No Olympics. Richard, temperature right now, 81 degrees. Happy Monday from Rochester, New York, 72. Clear, humid, 77% humidity. Yeah, let's see. Timothy checking in. Good morning. Todd's with us. Morning, everybody. Let's see. Patricia says, do you hear from your old callers? Yes, absolutely. Patricia, if you just found us. Yeah, well, we've been here. Monkey Gouger is with us. Absolutely. She was asking specifically. Yeah, Monkey Gouger calls in from time to time. Good to have you back with us. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 78 degrees, a sticky night, 85% humidity. It was a hot one here today. Pool felt great. Went to visit our son and the stepkids who'd been taken care of while our daughter-in-law had a girls' weekend. All right, in Florida. Yeah, he was glad we came over, give him a little break, as his girls love to play with their grandma. Loading tomorrow near Atlanta, then getting my oil changed, giving my truck its treatment of Hot Shot Secret Stick Shit Eliminator. Love that product. I'll be ordering some more everyday diesel treatment and some FR3 friction reducer. After the oil change, I'm headed to Sunnyvale, California, just south of San Francisco for Thursday. Hope I'll be getting something back, and then I'll be trying to take a few days off, which didn't really work out this past week. Everybody have a good night. Be careful out there. All right, everybody check it in. Great to have you with us. Oh, there's Santa Claus from Smoky, Sacramento. Haven't seen the Sierras in a few days. Just too much smoke, right? Visibility reduced. All right, rolling up on 18 past the hour. Underway on a Monday. Who wants to be first out of the box? Jump on board. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up next weekend. I know it's only Monday morning, but we got to look forward next weekend. The big stretch of action on the track gets underway. Starting out next Friday and Saturday, the Outlaw Diesel Super Series Rocky Top Diesel Shootout gets underway. Crossville Dragway there in Crossville, Tennessee. Kyle's back out on the road. He'll be on site with the Hot Shot Secret Vendor booth. Next leg of the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, it's a big one. Everybody always looks forward to the Rocky Top Shootout at Crossville. The fastest diesel drag racers in the country will be on the track, including the world's fastest Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10. A 2-day event, big time fun for the whole family. Starts off Friday. You'll see testing, qualifying rounds. Friday evening, the gas versus diesel shootout. That's always fun. Under the lights Friday night. By the way, there is a motorcycle stunt show slated for both days there in Crossville. Saturday morning kicks off more qualifying for the Outlaw Diesel drag racers. Eliminations get underway that afternoon. Lots of action over both days. And if you like to get up close and personal, the racers' pits are open to the public. You can meet the drivers, check out their trucks, and always make sure you stop by the Hot Shot Secret booth, say hello. Kyle's looking forward to seeing some of our friends at Rocky Top. There you go. All right. Also that weekend, there will be another event. Actually, this gets underway on Tuesday of this week. It's a 5-day event. Hard to imagine racing on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's the Loose Rockers St. Patrick's Top ET 300K. Now, this was an event that was rained out back in March. That's why you say it's a big money bracket racing. This is in Benson, North Carolina at Gallant Motorsports Park. Rescheduled date that's bringing together the best bracket racers from all over the country as they're going to battle it out for $300,000 in prize money over 5 days of racing. Again, starting on Tuesday of this week. If you, again, not a whole lot to typically watch during the middle of the week, right? Well, you can watch some of the racing. Hot Shot Secret will be sponsoring the live feed of all the action on Motor Mania TV, which is free to watch. All you do is go to motormaniatv.com, or you can check out the Motor Mania TV YouTube page to watch the action live. All right, that kicks off a busy schedule. All right, 23 past the hour. Well, your ears burning. Someone was just asking about you. Yeah, you're one of them old callers. Hello, Monkey Gouger.
Oh, yeah, we one of them lifers, you know. We've been calling in for a long time. I appreciate the roses. Keep them coming. Steve, have you seen anything on this deal where they want to roll back excise tax on big trucks and trailers and going through the Senate right now?
It seems like it's been a month or so ago I heard it suggested something to try to give some relief to the truck drivers. Haven't seen it. Is it progressing? Is it moving?
Well, I seen another thing where it said it heats up to, try to get the costs of equipment down, and they're talking about rolling, they started back under Donald Trump's administration. They were trying to do away with the excise tax on big trucks, tires. So anything they could to help the trucking industry.
Mm-hmm.
So, it might be a good time for us to call our senators, which we don't really in South Carolina have nobody to call because neither one of them is worth calling. But anyway, if y'all know you got a chance, I will call your senator tomorrow and tell them, hey, we need some help on this excise tax. Let's go ahead and get it done away with. So maybe it's going to roll through this time. They might be going to do something for us, I hope.
Okay.
But the way they're giving money away, I don't see them doing anything to help us. They want to give it to somebody that don't even belong in this country. So I'm not keeping my expectations up. But it was a little rainbow this afternoon. The other thing that I noticed while I was off is they're calling for a Senate hearing into the non-speaking English drivers that's over here driving trucks and why they're not being held to higher standards. And I thought that was pretty interesting. That somebody's finally noticing this. Have you seen anything on that?
I have not, no.
Yeah, it come out. I seen it about a couple of weeks ago and didn't really, take any faith in it. But it popped up again the other night, and I said, well, maybe somebody's listening now. No, I mean, why should we be held to higher standards and not them?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I think it would be a good time to hash this subject. But while we're on talking a little trucking here, the other night I had to take my trailer over and get it loaded. And Debbie is retired now. She's been she said something about taking a trip out to Texas. And so I called and got all the proper documentation for her to make her trip. And she was supposed to be leaving out with me tonight. So the other night I said, well, come on, ride with me, and we'll see how you do on this get over to Columbia and back. And, Steve didn't make it about 30 miles in the house. Mother Nature starts calling. He said, I got to go to the bathroom. I got to go to the bathroom. I said, well, you got to hold on for a minute. You got to hold on. Stopped at a little truck stop. run in there. She come running back out. And I could tell she wasn't very happy. I says, what's wrong? She said, that place is a pigsty.
No kidding.
Well, you said you had to go to the bathroom, so that's the first place I got to. I said, what we going to do when we on these big long trips that Mother Nature hits and we had to pull in one of them? She said, you start to turn me off on this trucking. So this place we had to go into over there, at nighttime, you had to go in this drop lot and drop your truck. You had to go check in and go back across the street and drop your trailer, and it's kind of spooky back in there. Can't hardly see anything. And I was in there maneuvering around trying to get the trailer and to hold it back up. She said, can you see? I said, I got it. Don't worry about nothing. I said, if we hit something, it'll stop us. I got back there, and she said, you getting out the truck? I said, I got to drop the landing gear, baby. Got to cut the trailer loose. She said, you got your gun? You don't need no gun. She said, I wouldn't get out of this truck for love nor money. I said, well, you just sit right here and guard me. I got back in the truck, got back up the street. She said, oh, no, Mother Nature's calling again. I said, oh, no, not again. Oh, yeah, I got to stop. So I found the petrol was over there on the way out, so I stopped at the petrol, and she went in there. She said, now, that's a little bit better place than when you stopped a while ago. I said, well, you said you had to go. I didn't want no mess in the truck. So anyway, we got back to the house, getting out the truck. She said, I just thought I wanted to go trucking. She said, I like it right here at the house. So you go ahead and make it. I said, I might go in a little bit cooler. She said, that going in that spooky lot was enough to eat. I said, that's every night, baby. I said, we go in some of these places. I said, it's not as bad as what it seems. She says, I worry about you enough now. I really worry about you. So,
Wow.
anyway, that was her. That was it for her in the trucking. But
that didn't take long, did it? That's pretty quick.
That was pretty quick. That was the fastest 2 hours of my life. I'll stay home and do the book work. I said, okay, you stay home and do the book work. Leave the driving to Jimmy. But I thought it was funny though. It was hilarious. But when she come back out of that place, boy, she was steamed up a little bit. But I tell you, this 2 weeks about no NASCAR, I ain't gonna watch the Olympics. Who cares about the Olympics? I mean, I've seen where Sweden delivered a defeat to the Peacock.
That's right.
Did you see that?
Yeah, the women's soccer team. Yeah, serves them right. Well, I think they said they all took a damn knee, so that's karma.
That's right. Karma got them, baby. Them little blondes over there in Switzerland or Sweden or whoever it was, put a butt beating on that little Peacock over there. So a troublemaker. But, Steve, I thought the Olympics was, that was supposed to be the greatest thing there is. And have you read anything on this this black girl that the Tokyo Olympics is trying to keep her from performing?
I'm not up to speed on that one, no.
Apparently, this little girl, little lady, is just some kind of spectacular. She's got a backflip that nobody else can do. And now the Tokyo Olympic Committee does not want to let her participate because they said that the gymnastic deal she was doing was too dangerous for her to perform. Hey, what kind of crock of crap is that?
Too dangerous. I had not seen that story. Hey, I was looking here. I got to get a news break in here real quick. And I saw from on the comment page here, Monkey Gouger, it's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Shout out to Monkey Gouger. You know Lauren Weiss? When we come back, I'll get the rest of the story. Right now, though, news break. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The special committee to investigate the January 6th riots at the Capitol is scheduled to hold its first hearing this week, after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi added Illinois Republican Adam Kinzinger to the panel. Senator Pat Toomey says that he was all for a bipartisan committee to investigate the riots, but the Pennsylvania Republican tells CNN that the House's committee is just a political tool for the Democrats.
I think we should be candid about the fact that it is politically to the advantage of Democrats to try to keep this issue in the forefront. James Carville has been very candid about this. He's urged the Democrats, don't let the election be about Joe Biden and his policies in 2022. Make that election about January 6th and Donald Trump. And so it's very clear that Democrats have an incentive to try to drive a political message here. And a purely partisan commission in the House is probably going to do that.
This is USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, where did we leave off there? I was looking at some of the other comments. And let's see here. Michael checking in this morning. He said, hello from West Monroe, Louisiana, where it's 83 degrees right now. Feels like 97. It's a hot night. The humidity's like 95%. That feels rather oppressive, doesn't it? Table Scraps checking in this morning. I said, well, the truck's still in the shop. Parts are on order. I'm checking in from the couch in Tennessee. It's a little brisk tonight. I've got the AC set at 64 degrees. Okay, enjoy. Heat wave checking in from the Hacienda in New Mexico tonight. Just checking in. He's going to be sacking out here in a bit. Have a safe night, everybody. All right, enjoy some rest at the Hacienda tonight there, heat wave. Raymond says, hey, the fish are biting on Grand Lake, Bonita, Oklahoma. I'm burning the midnight oil on the lake, listening to Steve. How about that? Out there fishing, listening to Steve Sommers on the Overnight Drive. All right, you know Lauren Weiss, who's that?
Hey, Steve, what was that dude that used to run around? I think he was out there in California. Didn't they call him Malibu Jerry? That was always popping up in these pictures with all these famous movie stars and everything. You know, he was quite a character. Well, Lauren is the Malibu Jerry of the trucking industry. I don't know how he pulls some of this crap off he pulls off. He's always getting these pictures in front of these famous places and talking about if it wasn't for him, you know, the world would come to an end. Oh, yeah, he's a real character. I guarantee you. I never got to meet the man. Look forward to the day when he can buy my steak dinner he's been promising me for the last 2 years, which I don't put no faith in. But one day I'll catch him somewhere. I'll run into him. But he is quite a character. He's a lot of fun to follow on that facial book. But you know, Steve, that facial book is a great thing. It is a great, great tool. I got this cousin, her and her husband's always bragging about all these fish they catching, right? So I was down at a little old local beer joint, bait shop / gas station getting some gas. And they was in there popping off about all these fish they caught. And I said, oh, you know, where'd you catch them at? Shoot, I caught some of them in the roof of the mouth, some of them in the lower corner of the mouth. Said, you know, I just, wherever I put the hook, they was there. I said, oh, okay. I said, you put that picture on Facebook? Well, you know I did. I said, okay, good deal. So I went back, and they didn't do enough cover-up job on their facial book. Guess who was sitting in their fishing hole the next morning? The Carolina monkey gouger. And they come driving up there about 30 minutes after we got there. We about had to limit. The fish were jumping in the boat, committing suicide. It was just unreal. And she pulls up there. She kind of a loud mouth anyway. She says, well, how the hell did you find this place? I said, I'm going to tell you something. Facial book is a great thing when you're a swamp master like I am. And I said, you thought you done enough to hide that picture, but you forgot the one thing. That marker right behind you, everybody knows where that place is at. So I figured I would come down here and indulge in catching some of these fish. So just sit there and watch me fish a while. You're not going to let us get in there with you? I said, oh, hell no. You sit and watch me catch the fish, and then when we get the limit, we'll pull out. Oh, boy, she went, I can't tell you the Sunday school word she called me. But anyway, it was funny as hell. And they got up early in the morning to come down there, and guess who was sitting in their fishing hole? The Carolina monkey gouger. But other thing is, I hope that I can get through the next 2 weeks without no NASCAR. Boy, it's just listen to these replays, you know, of the 1992 Purelator race from up there at Dover and all that. I mean, it's good. I get to hear my heroes, you know, Dale still running and everything. But hey, you know, it was it's kind of not good not to get to listen to them Chevrolets get out there and roar. But hey, I'll get over it. But hey, what do you think about that idiot running into the pace car the other night on the 7th lap? He got wrecked, got mad, run up there and hit the damn pace car. Bam, yeah! Old rubberhead, old Kyle Busch.
Oh, boy.
I tell you what, I said, now, you know, I said, that right there's got to be the all-time great. Can't take care. I said, he had a Days of Thunder moment. You remember what old Harry Hard told Cole Trickle? They go out and hit the pace car. He said, the pace car? He said, hell, you get everything else on the track. I would go ahead and hit the pace car.
Hit the pace car, yeah. Oh, my.
So that's what Kyle was having. He was having a Days of Thunder moment. He figured he done hit the wall, the grass, and everything else, so he just go out and hit the damn pace car. Perfect night. So, Steve, it was great talking to you. We're back trucking, and we're about to get back on our regular schedule after all this, getting the truck fixed and getting everything out the way. So we'll be with you more at night, and you know, for this week. And then we go back, take a couple more days off, and see if I can go catch some more of them fish that want to jump in my boat and commit suicide.
I hear you. All right, well, we'll look forward to hearing from you this week. Thank you, Monkey Gouger. Be safe out there. All right, look at some of the industry headlines. This may be of interest to some of you, because I guarantee some of you are probably had been using this particular CPAP machine. A couple of weeks ago, you recall that there was a recall. Royal Philips, the CPAP device. Attorneys for an Oregon truck driver are seeking class action status for a lawsuit against Royal Philips over that recall. The named plaintiff, Jerry Shelton of Boring, Oregon, was diagnosed with sleep apnea last year. He purchased a Philips DreamStation BiPAP machine for his treatment. Lawsuit was filed a couple weeks ago in the U.S. District Court in Massachusetts, where Philips has their North American headquarters. Now, this is part of the recall that Philips announced earlier this year that includes many of their CPAP and BiPAP machines. Those recalled machines contain a polyester-based polyurethane foam for sound abatement. The recall, of course, stated that the foam could break down over time and then be inhaled or ingested, or that it may emit volatile organic compounds that can be inhaled or ingested, potentially causing serious injury or life-threatening illnesses, including cancer. Now, Shelton said he would not have purchased this product if he had known it was defective, obviously, that it contained a carcinogenic byproduct and would be subject to a recall for containing defective materials. Lawsuit alleges Philips had heard complaints from patients of black particles in their machines for years, but did not warn the public or its customers about these hazards until this spring, before they issued that voluntary recall last month. Due to the recall, Shelton has been forced to stop using the machine, does not have a replacement readily available, The lawsuit also claims Shelton has had to stop driving truck due to his untreated sleep apnea, and that he has suffered atrial fibrillation because he no longer is able to get sufficient sleep without the use of an appropriate device to help him breathe properly. Well, I'm thinking if you had to stop using the Philips device, you go out and you get a different device, right? So the lawsuit seeks a refund, replacement with the non-defective device, costs for ongoing medical monitoring, and all other appropriate damages for the injuries he suffered as a result of the defective device. All right, so I think there's something like, is it 4 million of these devices that had been manufactured subject to the recall? All right, let's see. The notice stated Philips has received no reports regarding patient impact related to chemical emissions. But last week, attorneys for Royal Philips filed a request to stay the proceedings in Shelton's case, pending the court's decision on a motion to transfer and consolidate numerous other lawsuits that have been filed since that recall announcement. According to the documents filed by Philips, they are aware of at least 20 other similar lawsuits that have already been filed. So just an update, and of course, if you were not aware of the Philips Dream Station being recalled, you were instructed last month to stop using the device. Now, I did see, I think FreightWaves did try to delve into if you had a Philips device and you are not, your sleep apnea is not being treated right now, is it legal for you to continue driving truck? Yeah, that's the big question. All right, we'll get a quick 2-minute time out here. Back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, all the pull-in action was in Chapel Hill, Tennessee over the weekend. Josh was Live on the scene. Shared a bunch of different videos. I've shared some of those myself. Nice tractors. Ain't some nice equipment out there. Some high-dollar stuff in Chapel Hill. And attendance. What a great crowd that had showed up for the Friday and Saturday action there in Chapel Hill. Coming up, probably tonight's show as we head into Tuesday morning. John Dunlap will have our full NTPA update for the overnight drive. He'll break down all the action that transpired over the weekend for us. So we'll be looking forward to that. Yeah, let me get back to the calls here. What do you say, Eagle? Good morning.
Okay, how you doing tonight? I got a couple of things I want to talk about tonight, Steve. First of all, I want to say to that guy who called in, last Thursday. I don't know what his name was, one of the last callers. He was saying some things about me, good things about me, and I want to tell him I appreciate that. And maybe in the future, like I say, I like truck driving a little bit too much, and I'm making good money driving this truck. But in the future, that's right. I probably will get into. I probably might try my luck at politics in the future in Texas, but not right now. I'm continuing to drive the truck, but I'm definitely interested. But like I say, Steve, if I ever get into it, I'm going to be like Donald Trump. I'm not going to get into it unless I can really make a change. I'm not doing it just to be doing it. I'm the type of person, if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it 100%. So if I see that I can't make no changes in doing what I'm doing, then I ain't going to even waste my time with it. And the way it's going right now, it looks like even somebody with a positive attitude like me can't make no changes in Washington, D.C. So let me get started by saying this, Steve. I'm down here in Texas right now, man. And, I want you to check up on this, on your internet during one of your breaks, because, I overheard, I was looking at my phone last night, and, I saw something on my phone that was real interesting, cause like I say, I grew up in this area in Houston, and, they said that Interstate 45, which runs from Galveston, Texas, all the way up to Dallas, Texas. They're saying that that's the most dangerous interstate in the United States of America. And I've been saying this for the last couple of years. I think it is the most dangerous interstate. These people are just ruthless and wild. They accidents everywhere. The interstate was not made for this type of traffic, Steve. In Houston, they haven't made no improvements on the interstate from downtown Houston all the way out to the suburban areas. And it's just an accident waiting to happen. The lanes, any truck drivers ever drove at 45, the lanes are real thin. They're not made for these big 18-wheeler trucks that we have now, like I say. And it's just an accident waiting to happen. And my advice to anybody that's heading to Houston, if you're a truck driver, stay off of 45 and come in down 59 or come in on Interstate 10 if you're going into Houston. That's your best bet. But if you were a smart man, you would stay off of 45 because it's just an accident waiting to happen. And like I say, I want you to check up on that and see if that's true. But it said it's rated as the number one dangerous freeway in the U.S. So that's no shock to me and probably a lot of other people at this point. Now, let me get back. I want to say something about the border situation. I talked to you last Thursday about that, but I want to get back, talk about the Chicago deal. During your break, Steve, I took a little quick notice on my telephone and to look at the statistics for good old Chicago for this weekend, and it's the same old story. Same old story in Chicago. 55 people shot, 10 people dead over this 3-day weekend. 55 people gunned down for no reason whatsoever. And yet they still had the same mayor, same mayor running her mouth, ain't doing absolutely nothing, and still hasn't called in the people that can actually clean things up. So, like I say, the murders will continue happening in the city of Chicago. As a matter of fact, all around the United States, Steve, gun violence is taking place. It's ridiculous what's going on. And remember, this is going on with Joe Biden, good old Joe Biden in the White House, and it's going to continue with Joe Biden because he doesn't care. Just like he doesn't care. You know something, Steve? You remember a couple of weeks ago I was challenging you. I was telling you that Kamala Harris wouldn't come down to Texas to view the border. You know, she finally showed up, but she didn't do absolutely nothing and went on back to Washington, D.C. No, as a matter of fact, you know something, Steve, things got worse. It got worse in Texas after she came down. She better off not coming. But, you know, somebody who else hasn't come down to Texas, and that's good old Joe Biden. You know, as a matter of fact, I don't think Joe Biden has come to Texas since he got elected president. And he ain't going to come to Texas because he don't want to face the truth that the border is wide open and that we got people coming in left and right, Steve. Like I told you on Wednesday of last week, those people don't even recognize the border patrol anymore. They got video of people coming in through Del Rio, Texas, McAllen, Texas, walking right by border patrol agents, and the agents do absolutely nothing because they've basically been given a hands down order from the superiors. It's a waste of time to even do the paperwork because all they're going to do is put them on a Greyhound bus. Mm-hmm. You went over that last week. All they're going to do is put them on a Greyhound bus and transport them all over the United States. So here's the bad news about the whole deal, Steve. They not only transporting illegals into the U.S., they also transporting the deadly virus, Delta variant, all over the United States. You know, they had this thing under control, Steve. They had this vaccine thing was going good. We was actually seeing improvements in the U.S. States were lifting mask mandates. We had this thing under control. But guess what happened? Joe Biden opened up the border and allowed people into this country that hadn't been tested for the virus. And all these people have been transported all over the USA. And when they were transporting those people, they also were transporting the virus. So I'm just going to say this to Joe Biden. If you're listening to the show tonight, my man, I don't want to hear you ask that question again. Why is the virus spreading in America? You don't have to be very smart to realize why it's spreading. It's spreading because of you and your stupidity. So stop asking that question about why is the virus spreading in America. All you got to do is look at yourself in the mirror and you'll know why it's spreading. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how they've got the northern border, the Canadian border. It's been shut down, locked down. And of course, Canada, I think last week said they're going to begin to allow vaccinated people, only vaccinated, to cross into Canada. Meanwhile, the southern border, hell, it's wide open. And he's right. They're dropping these people off by the thousands at the bus station in McAllen. We touched on that Friday morning. I had an update on that as well. The bus companies can't even keep up. Yeah, they're dropping them off, and you get a ticket to your destination. Here you go. Head on into America. All right, always moving if you can get back online. She had to drop off there. She had a little story to tell us, but we'll get back to the calls coming up. Want to jump on board? It's a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The special committee to investigate the January 6th riots at the Capitol is scheduled to hold its first hearing this week, after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi added Illinois Republican Adam Kinzinger to the panel. Senator Pat Toomey says that he was all for a bipartisan committee to investigate the riots, but the Pennsylvania Republican tells CNN that the House's committee is just a political tool for the Democrats.
I think we should be candid about the fact that it is politically to the advantage of Democrats to try to keep this issue in the forefront. James Carville has been very candid about this. He's urged the Democrats, don't let the election be about Joe Biden and his policies in 2022. Make that election about January 6th and Donald Trump. And so it's very clear that Democrats have an incentive to try to drive a political message here. And a purely partisan commission in the House is probably going to do that.
This is USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio. Did you know this station, this network, is looking for their next rock star broadcaster? That's right, we are. And it could be you. It could be you interviewing the guests, talking to the newsmakers right in the middle of everything. Have you ever dreamed of being a rock star show host? Now could be your chance. Together with this station, we'll help you with everything you need. The studios, the equipment, your own producer, a co-host if you'd like, and so much more. Broadcasting is changing. There's never been a need for fresh voices and unique opinions like there is right now. You can do this. Our professional team will guide you every step of the way. Sound effects, show content, building your social network media, and everything you need to be the next rockstar broadcaster. Get all the details. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today to get started with your own show. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Don't wait. You could be the next voice for America. Email bill@rockstar.today.
As new COVID cases have ticked up in all 50 states, health officials say that new infections are rapidly spreading through those who are still unvaccinated. Chief White House medical advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci tells CNN's State of the Union that while the pandemic is going in the wrong direction, we do have the tools to blunt the latest trends.
We're going in the wrong direction. If you look at the inflection of the curve of new cases, and as you said, that it is among the unvaccinated, and since we have 50% of the country is not fully vaccinated, that's a problem, particularly when you have a variant like Delta, which has this extraordinary characteristic of being able to spread very efficiently and very easily from person to person. And we know we have many, many, many vulnerable people in this country who are unvaccinated. And that's the reason why, as I've said so many times, we have the tools to blunt that and make that model wrong.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. Yeah. The new Edgar Bergen Hour with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said Sunday that she would withhold a vote on an upcoming bipartisan infrastructure package until the Senate approves a much larger spending package through budget reconciliation. That's something that Senator Rob Portman is not happy with. The Ohio Republican tells ABC's This Week that he's worried the Speaker's threat could scuttle a bipartisan piece of needed legislation that's popular among the American people.
I'm not sure what the future is of reconciliation. I know that the bipartisan infrastructure package is very popular among the American people and in the United States Congress because it makes sense. We need it badly. 43% of our roads are in bad or mediocre condition, according to the engineers. 46,000 bridges are structurally deficient. We have ships lining up at ports because our ports aren't efficient enough. 87% of the American people think we should do a bipartisan infrastructure package. It's the right thing to do. Every president in modern times has talked about it. President Trump's proposal was for $1.5 trillion in infrastructure. Ours is about $579 billion over 5 years. So this is the right thing to do. It's been totally bipartisan from the start. It's the way we ought to be doing things here in Washington to get stuff done, and I can't believe the Speaker of the House would be blocking it.
And the U.S. men's basketball team lost the opening match of their Olympic campaign Sunday to France, 83-76, since the 2004 Athens Games, snapping a 25-game winning streak. The team went on to win the bronze medal in those games, the only time in the last 7 Olympics that the U.S. men did not claim gold. They're back on the court Wednesday to take on Iran. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we'll jump right back into it. Round number 2 on a Monday. Get the brand new week started. Real quickly, let me jump right back up to the calls, because Joe's been hanging in there. It's been a while since we heard from Joe. Hello, Joe. How you been?
Oh, hey, Steve. I'm doing great. You?
Doing well. How was your weekend?
Oh, it was really good. I know I haven't talked to you in quite a while. In fact, I haven't even talked to you since the 4th of July. How was your 4th of July?
Had a good time. Had a bunch of friends come into town, blew up the neighborhood. Yeah, good times.
That's great. Yeah, we had a really good time. And how's your dog Turbo?
Turbo's doing well. Actually, I'm doing double duty this week because my son is in Florida, so we've got Layla and Turbo with us this week.
Oh, well, that's really cool. I'm happy for you.
Doggy sitting.
Right, yeah. Well, I appreciate you letting me on, and hope you're having a good night. And to anyone else listening, I hope you have a good night, and God bless you. Have a good day.
All right, Joe, just checking in. Good to hear from you. Tell your daddy we said hello. That's Paul. Hey, who else we got checking in this morning? By the way, it's 844-844-3388. See, Kevin checking in from Sidney, Nebraska. 64 degrees this morning. Dave checking in from Parsonfield, Maine. Says, I love the show. All right, good to have you with us. Lauren said, hey, Monkey Gouger, whatever you want to eat, I got you covered. All right, there you go. Sounds like that's an invitation, right? Dean, a.k.a. Sylvester, with us here on a Monday morning. Good afternoon from Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia. Beautiful 68 degrees with sunshine this morning. Ron said, I-4, the deadliest interstate in the USA. Yeah, I did. I was doing a quick check after, as Eagle was asking about that. I wasn't seeing that direct stretch that he was talking about topping the list. I mean, there's all kinds of different reports that come out. This was just a couple of weeks ago, from June the 28th, 2021. Yeah, let's see here. It's a lengthy report, but yeah, by the number of fatalities, the most dangerous road in the U.S. is California's I-5, it says here, from 2015 to 2019 on I-5. 544 deadly crashes killed 584 people. That means 107.4 people were killed for every 100 crashes. See, it all depends on the methodology they use to figure it out, you know? But yeah, they list California I-5. San Diego County with the most deaths. They've got Florida, US 1, Brevard County, California 101, Santa Clara County, I-10 in Texas at number 4, 95 in Florida, Palm Beach. Again, it depends on the methodology they use. But a lot of dangerous interstates out there, no doubt about it. Here's that they've got the 100 deadliest roads in the country. Meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. Over the weekend, Representative Ronnie Jackson of Texas, the former White House physician, says he believes President Biden will resign because of his limited cognitive abilities. Guess he was on with Hannity. I guess this was actually late last week. Hannity criticized responses that Biden gave during that town hall that took place in Cincinnati last week, calling some of his answers completely incomprehensible. In an interview with Jackson, Hannity said Biden would not perform well on a cognitive test, repeating a claim among Republicans that the president's health is in decline. I think we all see it. Donald Trump took a cognitive test. He got 30 out of 30 right. I hear it's a very difficult test. I don't think Joe Biden would do well on that test. Is that a fair assessment based on what I'm observing? Hannity says. Jackson responds, absolutely, Sean. I've been saying this from the very beginning. I've been saying that something's going on here. I was saying that when this was candidate Joe Biden. And I've been saying it's only going to get worse. And guess what? We're watching that happen right before our eyes right now. There's something seriously going on with this man right now. And, you know, I think he's either going to resign. Yeah, they're going to convince him to resign from office at some point in the near future for medical issues, or they're going to have to use the 25th Amendment to get rid of this man right now. Jackson also tweeted a video of Biden answering a reporter's question, saying he's completely lost it. He needs a cognitive exam right now. Yeah, that was Don Lemon who was interviewing Biden last week. And I saw some of the memes that Don Lemon actually found someone dumber than himself to talk on CNN. That's pretty good. What are we looking at? 13 past the hour. Get back to your calls here. Plenty of room on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. Well, I did the best I could. I got a hold of the weather gods, and I hopefully sent you some nice weather for your vacation last week, Knucklebuster.
Oh, you done a fantastic job, Mr. Steve Summers. I appreciate all that nice weather down there to Pensacola, Florida. I mean, it was beautiful. You couldn't ask no better. Then I get home and it's 105 degrees. So. I was sweating my butt off today there. You know, old Tom Brady, he was cracking jokes with him up there about being Doofus Magoo there. So I don't know, but you know, Tom's got enough money he can get away with that stuff, right?
Right.
I got some advice for Monkey Gouger. Every time she tells you she wants to go to the restaurant, tell her, when my love returns from the ladies' room, will I be too old to care? And she'll quit telling you you got to go to the bathroom there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I carried Mama Knucklebuster to California and back with me one time, but that's the last time she got on the truck with me. She says, that's too far out there, and she ain't going out there. She won't even ride to Dallas and back, Steve. I got some advice for them Olympic people. Practice more, protest less, and you'll possibly get to a game-winning score. So, and Eagle, and stay out of Houston. That's the best advice. Stay out of California, too, Steve. Defensive driving. That's all the name of the game there. Well, let's take a little trip down memory lane since I was off last week there. Back on 7/18/1969, one of my favorite politicians, Teddy Kennedy. Hi, my name is Teddy. I'm a fat, rich boy. Would you like to take a ride with me? I've driven over this bridge 1,000,000 times. I'm a real good swimmer. I could save myself, but I couldn't save her. That's why I waited with my lawyer to notify the authorities there, because I knew she'd still be alive 24 hours later there, you know. I pled guilty to leaving the scene of an accident, and it got a suspended sentence of 2 months in jail. I'm so lucky to be a fat, rich boy today, Steve. You know, they found a fingerprint on one of Michelangelo's statues there, Steve. It was a wax one. Hell, that could be anybody's fingerprint, Steve. Anybody even touched it. They ain't got no way to prove that. And then the drive, I read with a bunch of they had a big old fire down there and burnt them ATVs up there. All the workers got out. But I just hate to see all that here hold my beer while I do something stupid redneck equipment go up in smoke there, you know?
Yes, sir.
You reckon if I tried, you reckon if I tried to ride up a vertical hill and jump the Grand Canyon all at one time while smoking a cigarette and drinking a PBR while Johnny Russell sings Redneck's White Socks and Blue Ribbon Beer over the boombox, you reckon I'd survive it? you'd probably come visit me in the hospital afterwards.
Yeah, right.
Well, that's all of my baloney for right now. I'll call in a little later on. I got so much to catch up with everybody. I mean, it's just been a blast of a week. I had, we rented a condo down there, $4,000 for a week, Steve. I was kind of glad my daughter was paying for it because she makes more money than me and you put together, Steve. And her business card's got 3 lines for her title, and the last thing says manager. So that's a smart woman.
$4,000 for a week. That better have been a mansion.
It had 4 bedrooms. Each room had a bathroom. Had a big old kitchen area. It big old living room area. I mean, it was a huge place. Take one of them Airbnbs. I think that's what they call them, right?
Yeah, that's what they call them. Yep.
They call them. Well, anyway, see, I'm glad she was paying for it, not me, because her poor old daddy, she might have to borrow some money from her one day. So, all right, kick that thing up in the big hole and let's gouge on.
All right, well, good to hear from you there, Knuckle Buster. Thanks for checking in. So, yeah, we missed Knuckle Buster last week. He was having fun. And I misspoke. Friday morning, I thought my son, and it's actually the daughter-in-law side of the family, they all made the drive down to, I thought they were going to Destin. And, the forecast was good for the whole red tide thing. Turns out they were going to Fort Myers. A big difference between Destin and Fort. So, yeah, they made that drive. And what a long drive. It was like a 20-hour drive. But left Friday afternoon, I got down there Saturday afternoon, and I did check the red tide forecast. I believe Fort Myers is Lee County. And, the red tide was background to low level, so at least as of Friday, it wasn't too bad. I don't think you had to get too far north of that, where they're seeing much higher numbers when it comes to the red tide. So hopefully all will go well. And a couple of days ago, when they were talking about that potential system developing there off the east coast of Florida, talking about that was forecast to bring rain in, and they were showing rain for like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and that's all changed now. It looks like today scattered thunderstorm. That's a 40%. I just said in Florida, isn't it pretty typical? You get your pop-up showers and thunderstorms. It'll rain 30 minutes, and then things clear out, and it's just as humid as you know what. But right now, forecast for Fort Myers, partly cloudy Tuesday, partly cloudy Wednesday, mostly sunny Thursday. Looking pretty good, 88 degrees each day for high temperatures. By Friday, it says isolated thunderstorms, but looks like they may have a pretty decent week on their hands. Keep our fingers crossed. All right, we've got wide open lines here on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, looking at 23 past the hour on a Monday. What are we looking at? So I saw anyone that's been with us on recent cruises. I know it's been a few years since we've done one. I don't know when we'll get to do another, but one of the couples that have been with us on a number of cruises was Mark and Kathy, who live in Florida, down in Tampa, no less. But I saw last week Kathy had come down with COVID. I believe she and her daughter. And then over the weekend, apparently Mark has come down, but sounds like he was pretty darn sick. And she was asking for prayers. And Mark's a pretty big guy, big burly. I guess he's like 6'3". I don't know what he weighs, but he's a big, muscular, healthy guy. And it was knocking the crap out of him, apparently. Much like many of us, they had opted not to get the vaccine. After the fact, I said, well, Kathy, would you recommend getting the shot now? Honest question. And she said, she did finally respond. Let me see here. Several people responded, obviously. Sue and Tim Jim said, I didn't think they got the shot. No, they didn't. Kathy said, yeah, 100%, absolutely. Do it now before it's too late, Steve. I love you guys. I'm angry at myself because we didn't. But we damn sure are when we get better. All of us were unvaccinated, she said. That's Sue. I do hope you do, too. Just don't get the J&J. I've been hearing some bad things about that. I was kind of going back and forth. Depends on who you ask, right? Several people say, well, I got the Johnson & Johnson, no problem. I don't know. All right. Kathy did say, let's see. He's doing a lot better, just has to ride it out. He's going to be miserable for a while. Then I saw that some of you who listen to conservative talk radio probably have listened at some point or another to Phil Valentine. You recognize that name? He's hospitalized now. Phil, who said people that were not at a high risk were safer not to get vaccinated. He's actually hospitalized in serious condition. He served in Congress from 1983 to 1995. He's now a very popular conservative talk host on the Westwood One network. Not like 110 different stations every day, the Phil Valentine Show. I guess he emanates out of Nashville, Tennessee. See, all along, he said, I'm not against vaccinations. Going back to his blog, he told he felt that his odds of getting the virus were pretty low. And again, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm just using common sense. What are the odds of getting COVID? They're pretty low. My odds of dying from it, if I do get it, probably less than 1%. Now, that's what he said back in December. If you have underlying health issues, you probably need to get it. If you're not at a high risk of dying, then you're probably safer not getting it. Which evokes shrieks of horror from many people. But according to his family, they say, he is hospitalized in serious condition, COVID pneumonia, and the side effects, hospital in the critical care unit. He is breathing with assistance, but he's not on a ventilator. His family now says he regrets not being more pro-vaccine. Phil would like for his listeners to know that while he's never been an anti-vaxxer, he regrets not being more vehemently pro-vaccine. Now looking forward to being able to be a more vigorous advocate for that position as soon as he's back on the air, which we all hope he will be soon. Now, he's one of about a third of the country that's not been vaccinated. They go into some of the numbers then, which I won't bore you with that, but it just makes all these things kind of make you sit back and wonder. With that, what are we looking at? We're about a minute from our news break, bottom of the hour, rather. News break, bottom of the hour, wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Looks like, earlier, late spring, early summer, remember we were talking about headlines, a lack of tanker haulers, could see some sporadic gasoline shortages over the summer months. And it appears some of that may actually be coming to fruition. There's actually a shortage of jet fuel coupled with supply chain issues and an urgent demand for the firefighting aircraft out west right now that's causing problems at some of the airports out there. A possible shortage of jet fuel that could delay cargo delivery and passenger travel at Reno's Tahoe International Airport in the coming days. Tell you more of what we know coming up here. First, again, our news break. Lines available at 844-844-3388 on a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Illinois Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger says he's accepted an appointment from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to serve on the special committee investigating the Capitol riots. He joins Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney as the two Republicans on the panel after House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy withdrew his selections late last week. McCarthy pulling his picks after his nominations of Jim Banks of Indiana and Jim Jordan of Ohio were rejected by Speaker Pelosi. The committee is set to hold its first hearing later this week. And U.S. swimmer Katie Ledecky took silver in her first final at the Tokyo Olympics, losing to Australia's Ariane Titmus by 0.6 of a second in the 400-meter freestyle. Titmus's time of 3 minutes and 56.69 seconds is the second fastest time ever in the race. Ledecky, who holds the world record in the 400, finished in 3 minutes 57.36 seconds, the fourth fastest time ever recorded. She continues her Olympic program tomorrow with heats of the 200-meter and 1,500-meter freestyle. This is USA Radio News.
Attention businesses of all sizes affected by COVID-19. The federal government has introduced the Employee Retention Credit. It's a new relief program that allows you to collect up to $14,000 per employee. If your business was forced to close due to COVID-19, or you lost 20% or more of your sales, you may qualify for free financial relief. There's no limit to the amount you can file for, and you don't have to pay the money back. Call the ERC program experts today. They'll explain to you how much you qualify for and how fast the funds can be in your business bank account. To find out if you qualify for the ERC program, call the IPG Law Group right now for details. There's no upfront cost to you, and you could receive up to $14,000 per employee. Call right now for details. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. That's 800-932-5197.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. That's our number. And it's a Monday morning. You know what happens on Mondays? Phones get very quiet. So jump on in. Hey, been talking about the North American monsoon continuing over the southwestern U.S. again this week, and forecasters say that shifting moisture may actually allow some drenching storms to ease up in New Mexico and Arizona. But we could see some mainly dry storms ramping up in portions of Nevada, California, Oregon, and Idaho in the coming days. With a couple of exceptions this summer, thunderstorms associated with the monsoon have largely been absent thus far. There have been a couple of incidents of spotty showers and thunderstorms, June 17th and 18th, and more recently, July 13th. Showers and storms dotted Southern California. Got a 1/10 of an inch in downtown L.A., but the little rain that's occurred thus far west of Arizona has done nothing to impact the exceptional drought that is ongoing in California, Nevada, and Oregon. While the overall amount and extent of the rain, this new surge of moisture, still kind of questionable for Southern California and Southern Nevada, as well as points further to the north, we may see some mainly dry thunderstorms. That's not good. We often see thunderstorms with very little rain and a significant amount of lightning strikes on the leading edge of monsoon moisture. This may be one of those situations. Some locally gusty winds often accompany the thunderstorms in the west, maybe not only kicking up dust in the vicinity, but it can actually fan the sparks and the flames produced by lightning strikes. With little or no rain to extinguish these flames, multiple wildfires can quickly spread through the dry brush that's been baking in the sun all summer long. Now, any non-flooding rainfall without lightning would be welcomed in this part of the country. There's a few of these storms that may manage to bring enough rain to just maybe wet the ground. The pattern is pulling a lot of atmospheric moisture westward. It's possible some communities in Southern California and Nevada may get a good soaking, where you could even see some flash flooding. For those reasons, hikers are urged to monitor the changing weather, not only at their location, but in the distance as well. Now, lightning can extend outward a dozen miles or more in some cases, and a downpour miles upstream can produce a torrent of water through the canyons and the dry stream beds, where you may actually have clear skies overhead. At the very least, most people are going to notice an uptick in humidity levels during the first part of this week out west. The westward push of monsoon moisture is moving along with the progression of a storm in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. All right, so as of Sunday morning, there are 65 large, non-contained wildfires burning in the U.S. Now, obviously, most of those out west. Santa Claus sent me a photograph, a picture from Lake Almanor there in California. And the sun has set, but across the lake, just all you can see is the orange in the sky and the thick smoke billowing out of those fires. Very difficult situation they got going in that part of the country. Meanwhile, I mentioned a shortage of jet fuel, possibly. A spike in demand for jet fuel, both by commercial airlines and firefighting aircraft in Montana and the Pacific Northwest, has led to departure problems and day-long flight delays at Bozeman Yellowstone International Airport in California. Recent flights in and out of Fresno Yosemite International Airport were disrupted by fuel shortages, blamed on the lack of tanker truck driver deliveries. Lawmakers said the Reno Tahoe Airport, serving Nevada's second largest metro, are facing a shortage of jet fuel that could force the cancellation of cargo and passenger flights, potentially restricting the flow of tourists and or essential goods into the northern part of the state. Besides serving Reno, a popular gambling destination, this airport is nearest passenger terminal to Lake Tahoe. Over the weekend, lawmakers pledging to minimize disruptions at the airport and ensure that aerial flight against western wildfires is not hampered. To be clear, failure to secure adequate fuel supplies is not acceptable, according to the governor and several representatives. The Reno airport shortage caused by a confluence of factors, they say, including the scarcity of tanker truck drivers. There's just nobody available to drive the trucks of fuel in here. Hard to predict how long this shortage is going to last, she says. Reno Tahoe's longest runway is also under construction, limiting how much extra fuel airlines can load onto inbound flights, because heavier loads obviously require longer stopping distances. Elsewhere, Wyoming's governor is allowing truck drivers to work longer hours while they deliver fuel that might be needed for firefighting aircraft there. So far, Wyoming has not had any significant fuel shortages or major wildfires. Other western governors, including South Dakota's Kristi Noem, have also signed similar orders. Although Gordon's still prohibits truck drivers from driving when tired, government rules usually limit, obviously, the hours. So right now you've got a declaration of emergency in that part of the country. Be interesting to see how that all unfolds, and will it potentially spread elsewhere around the country? Let's see here. Got an email from James this morning, checking in. Morning, Steve. Just wanted to share a little story. My sister recently vacationed in Texas. Guess it was the last week of June. She said while there, every day on the news, the reports were of how many pounds and pounds of fentanyl and other drugs are being seized at the border. The complaints of the Texas citizens about being overrun by illegals and the crime. Now, my sister works for the federal government. She has a friend that works at an Air Force base in southern Texas. This woman said the crime is so bad around the base and the town that she's considering quitting her job and moving. Yeah, maybe Eagle can chime in about this, but the news is so suppressed that we're not hearing everything. This is not a surprise. Anyway, have a great morning. Love the show. That would fit right in. I had the story about McAllen, Texas, where they're bringing them in, bringing the illegals in by the bus loads. They're dropping them off at the bus station in McAllen with bus tickets to go to their chosen destinations. New reports that authorities are struggling to cope with this backlog being allowed into the country. Footage captured by Fox News in the Rio Grande Valley shows Border Patrol dropping off literally busloads of migrants at McAllen Central Bus Station. They're given bus tickets to travel out of town after they're processed and released with a notice to appear at a court or immigration and customs facility at a later point in time. At least 4 busloads were dropped off at the station on Saturday. The latest sign of the high number of encounters that we saw in the month of June. Of course, that number was more than 188,000 encountered in the month of June. All right, it's not getting any better. The New York Post reported that the 4 bus companies that operate out of McAllen Central Bus Station cannot keep up with business due to the number of illegals being released into the country. City manager said that the demand for tickets is at a record high. Obviously, most of the increase coming from migrants who have come into the country illegally. All right, with that, we're looking at 14 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. We return into Plenty of Room for You on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I hope you had a good weekend. Another one of those short and sweet weekends. Yeah, I went out for dinner Friday night. Had a graduation party to go to Saturday night. Yeah, one of the neighbor's kids graduating high school. Yeah, had a good time there. And yeah, Mama celebrated a birthday this past day. Don't ask me how old. 29 and holding, that kind of a deal. So yeah, had a little birthday cake. Threw some giant baked potatoes on the grill. Good dinner for a Sunday afternoon. And here we are back at it on a Monday morning. Let's get back to your calls. Plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. Let me see here. I'm not seeing a name. Who we got on the line?
Steve Summers, this here's Hillbilly Tex.
Oh, my. Oh, Hillbilly Tex. How you been, brother?
I've been really, really not good because I didn't know you was on there nowhere. But I just found you Friday morning at 4:30. I about messed my britches when I heard it, but I found you now.
Well, that's good. Yeah. How'd you find us? You just find us on Facebook or something?
No, I don't have. Well, I got the Facebook, but I don't know how to get a hold of you on there, and I don't know how to email you no more. So or text message you or nothing. So, you still got a text message thing or email anymore?
Yeah, my email is pretty easy to remember. It's Steve, Steve, at hotshotsecret.com.
Oh, that's easy enough to remember.
There you go. Yeah.
Sure.
Sure.
Well, That's a good deal, but I'm so happy you're back on. Like I say, I didn't know you was back on. Nobody sent me a text message, email, or nothing. I don't know how to put nobody on that Facebook. I just want to let you know I'm so proud you're back on there. And I wish all my fellow truck driving brothers and sisters is doing well.
So do you have the smartphone? Is that how you're listening to us? You got an iPhone or an Android? What you got?
I just got one of them old Walmart phones, but I got you, the little thing there somehow or another on it, but I ain't quite sure how to work it all yet since I just found you.
Okay, well, so you're are you like on the computer, on a laptop or something like that?
No, it's just a little flat screen telephone, a Samsung, I think. But yeah,
okay.
That's the way I'm listening to you.
Okay, so you got us on the smartphone. That's good. All right. Well, I'm glad you found us, Tex.
Okay, well, Steve, I'm so proud you're back on, and I wished I'd have known it earlier.
Yeah, we've only been here since January, Tex. All that time. He's been missing us. Oh, hillbilly Tex. I called him Mr. Haney. About 7 before the hour. Let me see here. Quicksilver checking in. Reading the mail from Cornfield County in northwest Ohio. Just some thoughts on ocean cruises in the past when life was normal. I very much enjoyed the cruise life on the ocean liners. Although I never went with you, I did the Panama Canal Transit on one. It's been a month on the Royal Caribbean Radiance of the Seas. A month. Wow. We did a complete circumnavigation of Australia with a stop in Bali, Indonesia, which was awesome. My cruise days are over, however, as I'm not going to jump through the hoops required now on the air and the cruise lines. I have a new hobby, and I'm going on different kinds of cruises on the boulevard in my new hot rod. More on that in the future, but keep up the good work. Keep your wings level. Good to hear from you. Quicksilver, thanks for listening in. Give us a ring sometime. Love to hear from you. Which, here on a Monday morning, got plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, can't share the video via the microphone, but I'll share a link to this. It's pretty cool. If you've never seen the Thor 24 custom semi before, that's what this video is all about. From Jack's Chrome Shop, you get a close look at Thor 24. What is that, you say? A highly customized 1984 Peterbilt 359 built by Mike Hara for the low, low price of $7 million over the course of 7 years. Now, Hara is the founder and president of development, construction, and property management company Caribou Industries. Thor 24 was eventually sold at auction to an unnamed buyer in Saudi Arabia for $12 million. The Thor 24 truck features swords, battle axes, skulls, the graphics of Norse gods in battle. Now I'm looking at the specs from this truck. Let's see, V2471 Detroit diesel. An original one-of-a-kind 1979 Peterbilt 359 crew cab that is custom stretched. A 1933 custom-built Ford grill tribute. 12 871 superchargers. 3,974 horsepower. Maximum speed, 130 miles per hour. It's got 4 drag chutes that are 12 feet in diameter. It was 7 years in the making, $7 million in actual hard costs. Completely chrome-plated, polished aluminum and stainless steel undercarriage. Has a Hawker jet engine auxiliary power unit. It is 44 feet long, weighs 32,000 pounds. Of course, you got to have a top-notch sound system, right? A 1,500 watt per channel, 110 volt world-class sound system, 7 movie screens, including a 40-inch movie screen. Like I said, you gotta see it to believe it. This thing is just off the rails. All right, a couple of minutes before we hit our top of the hour news update. Hello, good morning. Is this Jay?
This is Jay.
Hello, Jay. How we doing?
Hey, Steve. How you doing? Okay. Hey, it's good to hear you back on the air. I was, on one hand, surprised that you had got canceled, but on the other hand, not so much. And if I could elaborate on that just briefly, you're pretty conservative, wouldn't you say, Steve?
Yes, I would. Yes.
As far as politically. Now, don't take this the wrong way, but you're pretty establishment conservative, though. So that's why I was a little surprised to hear that they canceled you. And it seems like it was just because you're a Trump supporter. Am I right in that assumption? I can't think of anything else because, again, you seem kind of, you kind of toe the line somewhat. You seem somewhat, establishment oriented, if you will. You don't have a lot of extreme right-wing views. I mean, am I wrong in that assumption?
I would say you're 100% correct. I don't consider myself any radical righty. And yes, I was a Trump supporter from the very beginning and through the whole thing. And I had been called on the carpet a couple times in the months before being released for talking politics. They were trying to insist not talking about politics. And of course, here's what I think happened, Jay. Election day rolled around. I was there on the air that night watching the numbers come in and talking about how Trump was up by 600,000 votes in Pennsylvania. And there's no way that Joe's going to overcome that because Trump actually only beat Hillary by like 50,000 votes in Pennsylvania 4 years earlier. And 3 days later, the Friday morning of that week, just a phone call at 8 in the morning, the show is over. So.
Well, that's too bad. That really is. It's too bad. And I was a little, can I say, PO'd?
Sure.
I won't say the real word, but I was a little bit. Now, look, as far as the Trump thing goes, because I wanted to talk about COVID just for a second, but there's only really 2 scenarios as far as Trump goes. The first scenario, which I tend to agree with, is that they stole the election. It was rigged, and they stole the election. That's what I believe. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
The only other scenario is that Joe Biden actually won the election. To me, that's the only 2 scenarios, and I don't know which one is more scary, quite frankly. I don't know what your thoughts are on that. But as far as COVID goes, now this is where I haven't listened to you since you've been canceled. I kind of searched for you, and then I found you, so here I am.
Yeah.
So I listened to a replay last night, a bit of a replay, and you had Big Ed called in, a guy named Big Ed, and then I heard a female. I don't know if she was a trucker or not because I was out of the truck, so I don't know what her circumstances were. But it seems like they were very much pro-vaccine and just pro the whole, because I think this COVID thing is one of the biggest, it's going to go down as one of the biggest scams in the history of mankind. I do not believe for a minute anything that the mainstream media has put out about COVID. I myself will not get the vaccine, and that does not make me an anti-vaxxer. See, they've taken control of the narrative by getting to call someone like me an anti-vaxxer. If you want to get a vaccine, knock yourself out. I'm not going to do it. As far as the mask goes, Steve, the masks, No, but the government can't tell you what to wear. And by the way, mask mandates aren't law. Like our governor out here in Washington, Governor Inslee, he's had a mask mandate since June of last year that has yet to be lifted. I refuse to wear a mask. If a business doesn't want me in there, and I've been kicked out of, they called the cops on me at a Walmart, and I refuse to wear a mask. I'm not, in my mind, these businesses, Steve, are misapplying the statute with OSHA requiring employees to wear masks while they're working in the store. OSHA rules do not apply to customers, and as far as I'm concerned, it violates don't you think that mask mandates violate your individual rights in any way?
I've not been a big supporter of the masks. We're no longer required to wear them here in Ohio. Personally, I don't think they really make much of a difference in the spread of the COVID. I mean, to the contrary, I've seen some reports that they actually do more damage than good, causing other issues.
And here's the thing, Steve. For every study, people say, well, I don't believe in the conspiracy theories. Like the female, I think she was a truck driver last night, said about, now she was talking more about the vaccine, about these so-called conspiracy theories. I mean, what is that? I would have stopped her right there. Because for every study that you can put out there and say, well, here's a study showing the efficiency or the efficacy of wearing a mask, I can find 6 more to the contrary. So the science is never settled, Steve. And anything, that's not how science works. In science, there's a diversity of ideas, if you will, and people get to debate those on whatever side they're on, and you come up to whatever kind of conclusion that you come up with. The science has never been settled, and like you said, they did a study, I don't know if it was at Duke University or North Carolina University, this was early this year, late last year, about wearing the mask, how by wearing the mask, when you breathe out, you aerosolize, if you will, the COVID virus, and you make it worse. Now, you probably can't find that information out there on the internet anymore. But again, I don't want to take up all the time, but the reason I called in was I'm glad to hear you're back on the air, and I would like to know your rock solid stance on whether or not you think the majority of what's coming out about COVID is BS propaganda, or do you somewhat take a bit more of a liberal view on that, if you will? And I'll go ahead and go off the air. And
okay,
I'm glad to hear you back on the air.
Hey, good to have you with us, Jay. Thank you very much. And don't be a stranger. And when we call you, we got to get a little behind, got to get our news break. And when I come back, I will expound on my personal take. That's kind of why I shared the story about Phil Valentine. His and my approach from the very beginning has been pretty much the same. But, now how much of an ass would I feel like for saying I'm not going to get the shot and then come down with the COVID and end up in the hospital? It's kind of like an egg on your face, because we know it is a real virus. We know that some people have no symptoms and some people die from it. I don't know what my body's response to it would be. But yeah, we'll expound on that more after this. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Illinois Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger says he's accepted an appointment from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to serve on the special committee investigating the Capitol riots. He joins Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney as the 2 Republicans on the panel, after House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy withdrew his selections late last week. McCarthy pulling his picks after his nominations of Jim Banks of Indiana and Jim Jordan of Ohio were rejected by Speaker Pelosi. The committee is set to hold its first hearing later this week. And U.S. swimmer Katie Ledecky took silver in her first final at the Tokyo Olympics, losing to Australia's Ariane Titmus by 0.6 of a second in the 400-meter freestyle. Titmus's time of 3 minutes and 56.69 seconds is the second fastest time ever in the race. Ledecky, who holds the world record in the 400, finished in 3 minutes 57.36 seconds, the 4th fastest time ever recorded. She continues her Olympic program tomorrow with heats of the 200-meter and 1,500-meter freestyle. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The price for gasoline decreased almost 3 cents a gallon last week for a national average of $3.14. John Clemens reports.
At $3.14 for a gallon of gasoline is 5 cents higher than last month and 95 cents higher than a year ago. Meanwhile, Patrick DeHaan of GasBuddy.com tells us gasoline consumption continues to increase.
Overall, though gas prices have decreased slightly in the last week, the trend may be short-lived. That as U.S. gasoline demand surged to set a new 2021 record last week, rising 2.3% from the prior week to 3% above the 4-week average.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And Tunisia's president has dismissed the country's prime minister and frozen parliament after thousands took to the streets of the capital Tunis to protest the country's economic situation amid the pandemic. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The special committee to investigate the January 6th riots at the Capitol is scheduled to hold its first hearing this week after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi added Illinois Republican Adam Kinzinger to the panel. He joins Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney as the only Republicans on the committee. Pelosi rejected 2 of House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy's appointments to the committee earlier this week, so he withdrew all 5 of his selections. Senator Pat Toomey says that he was all for a committee to investigate the riots, but the Pennsylvania Republican tells CNN the House's committee is just a political tool for the Democrats.
I think we should be candid about the fact that it is politically to the advantage of Democrats to try to keep this issue in the forefront. James Carville has been very candid about this. He's urged the Democrats, don't let the election be about Joe Biden and his policies in 2022. Make that election about January 6th and Donald Trump. And so it's very clear that Democrats have an incentive to try to drive a political message here. And a purely partisan commission in the House is probably going to do that.
And France's parliament has approved a measure that will mandate COVID vaccinations for all healthcare workers and require a special virus pass to enter restaurants and travel domestically on trains and planes. The bill prompted thousands to protest across the country over the weekend, with the largest demonstrations in Paris. French President Emmanuel Macron called the measure a necessity amid rising cases to protect the country's vulnerable populations and to avoid more lockdowns. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here. Yeah, good to hear from Jay there, and he's way out west in Washington. Should have asked him about the wildfires when I had him on the line. I know they've got some issues ongoing there as well. But to the question he was asking. Yeah, I don't know. Do I have a firm stance? That's hard to say, because as I was explaining a little bit ago, I mean, with each passing day, I wonder when a personal friend is. I don't think he's hospitalized. He's just sicker than hell with the COVID right now. And they pretty much had the same stance that I had, that they were hesitant to get the vaccine. So, Kathy, Mark, the daughter, the whole family has been dealing with the COVID in recent days. I think Mark got the sickest, oddly enough, of the three. But really, sick as a dog. How long's it going to stick around? It makes me kind of wonder, because realizing that the vaccine, quote, supposedly will, in the event that you come down with COVID, symptoms will be greatly reduced. You're not going to, per se, end up hospitalized like Phil Valentine is right now. He had the exact same stance. I really don't know. As Jay, as you said, for every study talking about the positives of masks, I don't believe the science is there. I've seen, way too many studies talking about the negatives of masks. And for one thing for sure, that if you're not wearing an N95 or greater mask, I think almost all the science says it's not filtering out the virus. It's these little cloth masks and these little blue and white masks that you buy in a box of 100. I don't think they're really doing anything to filter out the virus itself. Because even when everyone was being required to wear the masks, you still had how many thousands of people every day coming down with the damn bug. So mask or no mask. Now, the vaccine, yes, I am on board with, I'm hesitant not knowing what may occur in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. I've said that a million times. At the same time, it just seems with each passing day, I feel more inclined to maybe I should do it. I don't know. Hard to say, but I surely have never advised anyone not to get the damn thing. If you want to get it, get it. That's what, Jay, what you heard was Big Ed was kind of explaining that morning why he made the decision to get the vaccine. He's dealing with diabetes and he's got other issues. And he feels better about having the vaccine, that in the event he comes down with COVID, his symptoms would not be as significant as they would be, especially with the underlying issues. They talk about especially people that have any of the underlying conditions. Diabetes is one of them. He's a big guy. He's not obese anymore. He used to be a 400-and-some pound guy. What do you say? He's down to right about 250 now. Now, for his stature, as tall as he is, I don't think he's not obese anymore. But that's one less underlying condition. Make your decisions based on what your heart tells you. That's all I can tell you, I guess. All right, let's get back to the calls here. And would that be Dean on the line? Hello, Dean.
Hey, brother. Alrighty then. First thing first. Thanks for posting that link. I lost it before. I've got it now.
Okay.
But when I post a link, nobody sees it. So I don't know whether or not it could be part of your, like on the actual Hot Shot Secret page, have it on the page information, where it gives all the, the contact information and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Might be a good idea. Because when I try to post the official link, nobody can see it.
I noticed when you were trying to do it Friday morning, I know you were saying follow the link, and I'm like, well, the link's not there. So that's where I threw it up there, and I did that again here a few minutes ago so people can see it.
Yeah, I try to post it. I guess it's part of, they don't want you to be posting links for like other shows or other things. So
yeah,
they've got it set up so that you can't actually see a link unless you, the page
moderator. Okay.
Actually, yeah, exactly. The other thing is, now I don't know if it's still available. I know it used to be available. There used to be available where you could have a discussion area on your Facebook page. Also, there's a community section there where you can actually post links and things like that, and those videos you're talking about that you want people to see, etc. You should be able to post them there. So, I don't know if that's something that you guys are going to want to utilize. I know that it would be great to be able to see some of the things that you're wanting to post and that kind of thing. So
okay.
Okay. So Phil Valentine. I met Phil Valentine a couple of times. I lived in Nashville, or just outside of Nashville in Fairview. Went to a couple of events that he did. I've got a signed copy of the Inconsistent Truth DVD that he did kind of as an answer to Al Gore's An Inconvenient Truth.
Right.
Just absolutely hilarious the way it was done. Great guy, brilliant guy. I hate to hear that he's not well. All I can say is, for all those who believe, please pray for the man, because he is a true conservative. It's so funny because he would always tell everybody, and don't forget, he'd go on about some event that he says, make sure that you're packing heat because I will be.
Mm-hmm.
He led what he referred to as an assault on the state capitol there back, that would have been 2004, I guess, when they were wanting to raise when they were talking about bringing on an income tax into the state of Tennessee.
Oh.
And just a great, real conservative, just a really good conservative. I do have to take a little bit of umbrage with, what was his name, Ray from Washington?
That'd be Jay. Yeah, Jay.
Is that his name? Jay from Washington, referring to you as an establishment conservative. Dude, you are not an establishment conservative. Not a chance.
Well, when you use the word establishment, is that what we refer to as the rhinos or establishment Republicans?
Yeah,
I'm sure as hell not a Mitt Romney kind of guy. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's establishment. So,
right.
You are not an establishment conservative. You're not an establishment Republican, period. Let's see. What's the time here? There was one other thing. Oh, yeah. So we've had a pretty good sized breakout here close to where I live now. I will get the shot when they tell me I absolutely have to. It's not that I'm an anti-vaxxer, kind of like you are. It's just, like you said, I don't really know what it's going to do in 5-10 years. I got a message today that a friend of mine's father, who's 88, I think, is currently suffering blood clots in his lungs shortly after getting the AstraZeneca shot. My mother-in-law has clots in her lungs, but she hasn't had the shot. So it may or may not actually have anything to do with the shot. It's a situation over here now where people are, as typical for Australians now, they're very precious. they're overreacting to what's happening. There are more people dying, or as many people dying from blood clots as they are from the actual COVID. And you got to wonder. Only time will tell whether or not it actually has a long-term effect, i.e. the vaccine. But like I said, I'm only going to take it when they tell me I absolutely have to. All right, man. Fantastic show as always. Great to hear some of the old-time callers calling in and checking in. That was great to hear. Was he the Texas Hillbilly? Is that
Hillbilly Tex. Yeah, Mr. Haney.
Hillbilly Texas. Yeah, it was great to hear him. Look, I hope that more people will call in and be able to, find the show. Hey, I know it has nothing to do with you now, and I know that they're a competitor. But have you heard anything about Ed Gibbs?
They're doing like a 1 hour show at the beginning each night, midnight to 1 at the old venue. Yes.
Yeah. No, I was talking about something else. I'll message you. Okay.
Okay.
All right, brother. I will talk to you later, man.
All right. Thank you very much.
Again,
okay.
As always. Great.
Yeah, I have not been in contact with Ed since, 1 or 2 days after the old gig, and that was last time we spoke. All right, looking at 23 past the hour. Got to get a quick 2-minute timeout in here. Get back to your calls. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I do recall a video a couple of years ago. A truck that had lost his brakes hit the runaway ramp and damn near ran out of ramp. Remember that? Something similar happened late last week. Truck driver forced to use the runaway ramp near the Eisenhower Tunnel in Colorado, and a motorist and his friend were able to catch the whole thing on video last week. Facebook user Daniel Thompson writes, "Crazy thing happened today. This truck lost its brakes on the west side of Eisenhower Tunnel. Hope they're okay. But in the video, you can see the truck in the right lane barreling towards the runaway ramp. The vehicle makes it very close to the top of the ramp before it actually starts rolling backwards and eventually rolls over as the motorist continues driving on by. It was... the similar video was captured back. It was April of 2019, I-70, Silverthorne, Colorado. The truck makes it almost all the way to the top of a ramp before coming to a stop. And those are pretty steep runaway ramps. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here and see what's going on with Pappy this morning. Hello, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve?
Not much. How was your weekend? Are you ready to go back to work?
Man, yeah. Tonight's it. Back to the grind tomorrow, Steve. Yes, sir. Hey, I appreciate the good weather you sent my way there the last week.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Beautiful weather. It's a beautiful night, man. That moon's just sticking out there. Jupiter above it, Saturn to the right of it. Beautiful night. Yeah, Steve, me and you got pretty much the same view on this vaccine, but if I got COVID tomorrow and came down, sick as a dog, I'm not so sure I would turn around the next day and, I was wrong, you better get that vaccine. I mean, it's a roll of the dice.
Yeah.
And 2 years from now, whatever might happen, these same people would have been, damn, I wish I wouldn't have told you to get that vaccine now. And the other thing that really gets me is the way the communist media is pushing this so hard. I'm skeptical, man. Why are they pushing it so hard? It's just off the hook, off the chain. You can't say anything negative about it. So that kind of concerns me a little bit. I don't know if it's just a money thing for them. More vaccines that are taken, the more money big pharmacies making.
Right.
I don't know.
All these questions we have in our minds, right?
Right. But, I'm not one to get the flu every year. I mean, it's like if I caught the flu a couple of years ago and got it real bad, I wouldn't turn around and say, oh, man, I'm taking the flu vaccine next year. I'm just not one to really get sick a lot, I don't get the flu every year. And I can't tell you how long it's been since I had the flu. I told you that story where I didn't get the flu for probably 10 years, and I turned around and the nurse was up at the district giving out vaccines, flu vaccines, and ended up taking it and got sicker than hell that year. So I don't know, could change my mind, man. You never know what the future holds,
Yeah.
Like
I said, my mom.
All right, give me the damn thing.
My mom celebrated a birthday yesterday. Obviously, she's in her 70s, and she's been questioning. Should we? I've got one brother that's telling her, you need to get the shot, Mom. And I'm like, well, I don't know. I'm hesitant, but I don't know. And she goes out. She goes to Costco and she shops at Nordstrom's and things. And so she's out and about in the public. I'd hate to advise, hesitant to get it, and then she gets sick and die from the damn thing. So, it's a tough decision to make,
Yes, sir, it is. It's got to be an individual decision, in my opinion. But honestly, I think I said this one of the last times I called. If I was up closer to my 70s, and smoked the way I do, I'd probably take that vaccine, Steve. I think age has a lot to do with it. You know, if you're up towards your 70s and you got any kind of underlying, medical conditions, what the hell? Take the vaccine, But man, these masks too, Steve. I'm afraid we're gonna end up in another mask mandate here. You watch. Old Wine is gonna about fed up with him, but I wouldn't doubt it. I could see it coming.
Fauci was kind of priming the pump for that. As he alluded over the weekend, we may need to go back to wearing masks, even for those that have been vaccinated. You need to wear a mask. It's
unbelievable. In these masks, the problem is people keep wearing the same mask for days on end, Steve. Days on end. I remember I had one. I stuffed it in my pocket. It was probably in there for a week. Every time I go to Kroger's, I pull it out and put it on. Mm-hmm. The amount of stuff that's in there, And I seen, are you due for a break here, Steve?
Well, odd that you'd mentioned that. Yeah, we are. Let's get our news break in here. What do you say? Bottom of the hour, 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said on Sunday that she would withhold a vote on an upcoming bipartisan infrastructure package until the Senate approves a much larger spending package through budget reconciliation. That's something that Senator Rob Portman is not happy with. The Ohio Republican tells ABC's This Week that he's worried the Speaker's threat could scuttle a bipartisan piece of needed legislation that's popular among the American people.
87% of the American people think we should do a bipartisan infrastructure package. It's the right thing to do. Every president in modern times has talked about it. President Trump's proposal was for $1.5 trillion in infrastructure. Ours is about $579 billion over 5 years. So this is the right thing to do. It's been totally bipartisan from the start. It's the way we ought to be doing things here in Washington to get stuff done, and I can't believe the Speaker of the House would be blocking it.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot for Liberty Health Share. If you need a healthcare program for 2021, you are in luck. Liberty Health Share offers affordable healthcare sharing programs starting as low as $199 per month. Learn more at libertyhealthshare.org/Wayne Root. I found Liberty Health Share 6 years ago. It was the best decision I've ever made. It's an alternative to health insurance. It's Christian healthcare sharing from a nonprofit ministry. There are no contracts. There's no network. You can choose any doctors or hospitals you want. Here's the most important things you need to know. First, credibility. Liberty has over 200,000 members. They paid out over $1.2 billion in claims in the past 4 years. Second, my personal experience. I'm a member. My children are members. Just in premiums alone, I've saved over $120,000 since I joined. Could you use an extra $120,000? To find out more about your health sharing options, call 855-58-LIBERTY, 855-58-LIBERTY, or go to libertyhealthshare.org/Wayne Root. That's libertyhealthshare.org/Wayne Root.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. Where did we leave off? Oh, yeah, we were talking to Pappy. Get up there. Click on the magic twanger. Welcome back.
Hey, thanks for holding me over, Steve. When you mentioned Fauci, it rang a bell, something I heard the other day. It was an interview with Robert Kennedy Jr. Obviously, you know, Jack Kennedy's brother, Robert Kennedy, who was also assassinated in 68 or 69, his son. Now, is a hardcore Democrat, Steve, obviously. I mean, his uncle was Teddy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's by far a Republican conservative. And, man, Steve, he's coming out with a book. And he's dropping the dime on Fauci. The amount of power that he's stating Fauci has is unbelievable. You know, he's been in this highest position in government now for decades. And the amount of control he has over all these pharmaceutical companies, over these college institutions, over all these virologists around the world, Steve. He was talking like the pharmaceutical companies will develop either these drugs or vaccines or whatever, and they will farm out to the, you know, high-ranking colleges, you know, like Berkeley and Harvard and all these, to do the studies, right, for this new pharmaceutical, these types of drugs and vaccines. And it's all a big money game. It's all government funded, and they will pay the participants who sign up to do these studies $20 an hour, right? Well, what the what the colleges do is they keep $10 of that, right, and only give the participants $10 an hour. So these colleges are making money on it, and then after the study's complete, they will get a. Oh man, I'm having my Sommers timers is kicking in here. A patent, okay, on this specific drug, and Fauci gets a kickback on the patent also, and he gets a kickback from all these colleges, institutions that he signs up to conduct the research on all this stuff. There were so many other things he was talking about, and when he was talking about all these other doctors and these virologists around the world, if they go against anything Fauci says, he'll bankrupt them. He controls them because of the federal grant money that is available through the government, and if they don't go with the program, he'll just check them off, Steve. So I don't know when his book was coming out. I think shortly here in the next month or two. But I would keep an eye on that. And I'll tell you what, I would keep an eye on maybe seeing him popping up on like Hannity, Tucker Carlson's show in the near future here. This was an amazing interview I saw with him.
Okay.
Or heard, actually. But keep an eye out on that. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. But supposedly he's, behind closed doors, Steve. He's an evil man.
I wouldn't doubt that a bit. Yes.
Yeah. So, all right, sir. Have a good night. Back in the saddle again tomorrow. We'll get at it.
You ain't had nothing to do for 2 weeks anyway. What the hell?
I know.
Okay.
It's going to feel good.
Yeah, and I was watching the video you linked up yesterday, the Bomb Squad video. You guys are blowing up some pretty big stuff out there.
Man, that was the post blast. We do it every year, Steve, with Butler County, Hamilton County, ATF, FBI. We put a post blast school on where we go out and we blow things up, and the students come in and do the post blast investigation on it. So, I made a video last year. Buddy Bomb Tech on Hamilton County made one this year, and that's the one he posted and tagged me to it. But we'll put on a demonstration for explosives. After that demonstration's over, the students go back in the classroom, and we literally, depending on how many students we have, but we'll take about 5, 6, 7 cars, and we'll blow them up, right? And the next day, the students come in and try to determine what kind of explosives were used, where the explosives
all the
were at in
forensics,
the car, that kind of thing.
all the forensic stuff.
Yes, sir. So that's what that is. That's what you're saying there.
Okay.
So, good times though. It's fun.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, have a good night. I know we'll back in the saddle again, as they say, tomorrow night. All right. Last week we had several different blitzes going on around the country, and remember, a lot of focus on speeding was the word. There was a story from CDL Live Friday that Midwestern trucking experts say the rise in traffic accidents may have something to do with people's excitement about getting out of the house. I mean, have you been feeling cooped up still after all this time? Yeah, I haven't really felt the need to stay at home. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, traffic fatalities are way up in Illinois this year. 100 more traffic-related deaths this year than all of last year. Very unusual. What we've seen is an increase in the number of accidents And the overriding cause is speed, according to the executive vice president of the Midwest Truckers Association. People want to get out and they want to drive fast, he said. In addition to speeding, other experts speculate that boredom may have something to do with the rise. Truckers have been working harder than ever in the last year, and one trucking instructor, Ken Baker, said, some drivers just may be tired of it. It's repetitive. I'm going to go do this same place every day, but then something changes. You need to be proactive instead of reactive when you drive down that road. Apart from boredom, Baker also speculates the recent rise in shipping has led to an even bigger increase in the need for drivers, which may have less experienced truckers out on the road that could lead to issues for everyone involved. The federal government can and has shut down trucking companies for bad safety records. They've revoked the licenses of truck drivers with repeated safety issues. Fact is, safety drives the industry. When they're out on the road, I try to teach them every little thing that they need to look out for. I can't teach them everything. A lot of this is learned out there on the road. You learn as you go. But just everybody's got the need for speed all of a sudden. All right, about 12 before the hour. Eagle, are you hanging with us? Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yes,
Can you
sir.
hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to finish addressing something that I was talking about earlier, and then I heard some other people talking about this vaccine deal. Okay. We discussed this before, Steve, on the vaccination situation. It's a shame that you have to on your own show, Steve. You have to emphasize what you're saying. When you got a guy who called in earlier from Washington or something, you gotta let these people know that, you said it several times that you're not telling people not to get vaccine, but for some reason, some people are hard of hearing and they want to put words in your mouth. So that's why I try to emphasize when I talk about the vaccine that it's your body, you do what you want to do. I'm not telling anybody on your radio program not to get the vaccine. You make that decision, not me. Only man I'm worried about is me and my immediate family. Those are the only individuals I can control. And the same thing goes for you on your radio show. You say that you don't feel comfortable getting it, and I'm with you, Steve. I don't feel comfortable getting the vaccine. God has blessed me over the past year. I have driven in states all over the USA, and God has blessed me with not catching this virus, and hopefully He'll keep me from catching it. But and like I said, I wear a mask when told to wear a mask. If a store tells me to wear a mask, I'm not going to put up a fight. That's their store. It's not worth going to jail over a mask. If the people don't want to allow you in, then you have to move on and go to another location and do business there. You're not going to bogart your way into a store. The only thing you're going to do is find yourself in the back of a police car. So that being said, it's already been proven, Steve. Up until the last couple of weeks, we didn't have any proof that this vaccine was not working. And now we know for sure now that several people have caught this deadly virus that have been some people even been double vaccinated, not one shot, but two, and they still caught the stuff. So we know that the vaccine is still not 100% secure. So it's really no argument when it comes to that. And people, they have to make their own decision. Now, here's the biggest decision that I think is going to come up in the very near future, Steve. If you look at some of the NFL, the NFL is trying to tell their players that they have to be vaccinated, or if they have to cancel a game, they will not receive money, their paychecks for that week, if they have to cancel a game that's supposed to be on televised, which is going to happen. Because the vaccine, somebody's going to get infected and they're going to bring it to the team, and then they're going to have to cancel a game, and then we're going to have a real big problem. So that being said, the sports, in every society and situation we have in America, Steve, you're going to be seeing people put under the gun. A lot of jobs are requiring people to have vaccine. My sister is a nurse, and if she wanted to keep her job down in Texas, down in Houston, as a matter of fact, I think over 100 or 200 nurses and doctors got fired, or they just went on ahead and quit because the hospital said you will not work here unless you're vaccinated. So you have people under the gun like that. They either get the vaccine or they're out on the street. And I don't think nobody should be put under the gun like that. You shouldn't lose your job just because you don't want to get the vaccine. But unfortunately, that's happening right now. So hopefully, Steve, the biggest problem we got right now, and, you know, I really get sick of talking about this guy, the empty suit Biden, but he's, like I say, things were going good. And these people coming into this country is causing big problems. You know, the least he can do, man, is bad enough he letting people come in this country, but the least he can do, why can't Joe Biden vaccinate these people? If he gonna put them on a Greyhound bus and ship them all over the country, how come he can't vaccinate them before he put them on them Greyhounds? Is that too hard for Joe Biden to do? Right. And thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right. Thanks for dialing us back up, Eagle. Have a good morning. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hey, I tuned into some of the live coverage over the weekend. Just happened to come across as it was a Dusty Chrome weekend in Glendale, Kentucky. Yeah, Dusty Porter, a.k.a. Dusty Chrome, as we know him, had the dedication ceremony of the Petro Stopping Center there in Glendale, Kentucky. So it looks like it was a warm day, but had the tent all set up, and looks like Tony Justice was there and did a little singing. Had some comments from some of his friends and whatnot about what he's all about. But yeah, the dedicated, quintessential professional truck driver, the latest Citizen Driver Award honoree. That's what they call them, honorees. You're not a winner, you're an honoree from TA and Petro Stopping Centers. So, yeah, for the 2020, there were only 2 honorees this time around. So there you go. Congratulations. Now when you stop in, you'll Yeah, you'll see the plaque depicting Dusty Chrome there. So good job. Congratulations, Dusty Chrome. All right, what's going on in Florida this morning? Hello, Philip.
Congratulations to Dusty, bud. Good morning. How you doing?
Doing well. How's your weekend?
My weekend was great. Hey, Steve, can I talk to you a little bit about the Olympics? I want to get off the vaccine a little bit. Is that okay?
Well, yeah, lay it on us.
Okay, so I've been seeing them posts from somebody I'm friends with on Facebook. There's a lot of posts about this soccer team when the Olympics are American soccer team.
Mm-hmm.
And the little lady who decides she wants to kneel. Well, first off, think that she don't need to be wrapping no flag around her if she's going to kneel. So if she's going to decide to kneel, she will not get an American flag if they win or do anything like that, in my opinion. Doesn't deserve the right to wrap that flag around her. And second off, Steve, I really think, and I don't watch the Olympics anymore because of this, I really think once somebody goes pro and they start making money at it, and I mean money by endorsements and by doing all the business end of the deal, I don't think they need to be in the Olympics anymore. What do you think, Steve?
I'm with you.
You think about it, you look at those soccer players, they're all professionals on that team. Most of the teams are. All those teams in the Olympics, most of those players are all professional soccer players. They make their living playing soccer, just like figure skating, just like anything. Even the BMX, they got BMX in the Olympics. Those guys are making money from endorsements. Once you go pro, you don't do the Olympics. In my opinion, you're going to go to the Olympics, you're going to get one shot at it, that's it. It's the same way with anything, pretty much. I mean, you look at NASCAR, you got all these guys floating from different divisions that, like Kyle Busch, he'll go from being at the Cup level to Busch or Truck. I don't think they should do that. I think they should, hey, you're coming up through the ranks, you're gonna run one division and that's it. And then you go up the level. You don't go back down to running other divisions. Same way in the NFL. Tim, do you actually see Tim Tebow going back to the University of Florida and say, hey guys, I want to play another college season with you guys so we can win?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that?
Right.
That's what I don't understand. So I think this Olympics, and I'm not watching it because it's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke and a half. I mean, you look at the one girl, that Simone girl that's in the gymnastics. She's done all kinds of crazy records, done all kinds of crazy stuff, and she's at the Olympics every time. I think that they should have one shot, and that's it. If you got that one shot, that's it. You think about all the injuries that they've had over the years training for the Olympics. In my opinion, they should just train once for it, in it one time. If you do good, you do good. If you don't, that's it. And then after that, carry on with your professional career if you want to make it your career as an athlete. I mean, I got a friend that's 52 years old, and he's a bodybuilder. He's one of the top bodybuilders in the world at 52, and he runs a special division that the only way you can be in that division is to be that age limit, and that's it. And you can't be a professional in some aspects of it. So, I mean, I just don't get it, Steve. What do you think?
Well, I mean, I mentioned in the first hour, the Olympics has not generated the buzz that it normally would. I think the worst viewed opening ceremony, they said, in 30 years' time. And I about guarantee a lot of that has to do with the bad taste being left in our media. Remember the girl that qualified, the black girl that actually turned her back on the flag and then put up the Black Lives Matter shirt over her head here a few weeks ago, going to the Olympics. Yeah, those things are not boding well with the general populace wanting to tune into their games.
Absolutely. I don't know. I don't get it. So, and I know you're up against the hour now, so I'll let you go with that, Steve. I just wanted to mention the Olympics today. I see these posts on Facebook and it infuriates me. It's like you get in my opinion, one shot. That's it.
Yeah.
And then if you don't do anything, that's your problem. That's not my problem. So, but thank you very much, Steve.
All right. Have a great morning there. Philip, you got it. Yeah, it's just hard to imagine you're going to another country to perform under the name of Team USA, and then you want to actually disrespect the U.S. flag or disrespect the country because you think it's systemically racist. Yeah, all those sort of narratives. Just, that doesn't work. Hey, Lester, got you coming up right out of the news update here. Hang in there, after which we've got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. A Monday coming on. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said on Sunday that she would withhold a vote on an upcoming bipartisan infrastructure package until the Senate approves a much larger spending package through budget reconciliation. That's something that Senator Rob Portman is not happy with. The Ohio Republican tells ABC's This Week that he's worried the Speaker's threat could scuttle a bipartisan piece of needed legislation that's popular among the American people.
87% of the American people think we should do a bipartisan infrastructure package. It's the right thing to do. Every president in modern times has talked about it. President Trump's proposal was for $1.5 trillion in infrastructure. Ours is about $579 billion over 5 years. So this is the right thing to do. It's been totally bipartisan from the start. It's the way we ought to be doing things here in Washington to get stuff done, and I can't believe the Speaker of the House would be blocking it.
This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Finally, some good news for crews fighting a wildfire in southern Oregon that's burnt through more than 400,000 acres of forest. Brad Bernards has the details.
The nation's largest wildfire raged through southern Oregon on Friday, but crews were scaling back some night operations as hard work and weaker winds helped reduce the spread of flames, even as wildfires continue to threaten homes in neighboring California. An Oregon Department of Forestry spokesperson says there is some good news.
So in the last couple of days, the fire has only grown 1,000 acres per day. And for a fire of this size, basically that's a really strong signal that fire behavior is moderating.
And U.S. athletes accomplished a pair of firsts Sunday at the Tokyo Olympics. 18-year-old Anastasia Zlotic became the first American woman to win gold in Taekwondo, winning in the 57-kilogram division. Fencer Lee Kiefer became the first American to take gold in the individual foil event. She defeated defending Olympic champion Russian Inna Deriglazova in the final. This is USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve.
The new Edgar Bergenauer with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
The city of St. Louis and St. Louis County are set to reinstate an indoor mask mandate on Monday amid rising cases in the state. Health officials announced its reinstatement on Friday, with several elected officials pushing back against the order. Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt said that he would file a lawsuit Monday to stop the mandate from going into effect. Some health officials say that a mask mandate at this point won't actually do much to slow the spread of COVID. Infectious disease expert Dr. Amesh Adalja tells Fox News that the real way to bring down the number of cases is to bring up the number of vaccinations.
What we're seeing is really a pandemic of the unvaccinated. The data shows that if you're fully vaccinated, the Delta variant doesn't pose much of a risk to you, and those breakthrough infections that are occurring are rare and not likely to be contagious. What we're seeing is the unvaccinated driving this. So I think when you have these mask mandates put into place again, what you're going to see is it's going to be hard to comply with. Not many people are going to wear it, and it's not going to be something that has a major impact because it's the unvaccinated individuals, people who haven't gotten vaccinated, unlikely to wear a mask, that are spreading this. And it's going to be in certain areas where mask use isn't very common to begin with. So I don't think you're going to see much of an impact here. I understand that businesses want to keep people safe, and I think that's fine if private businesses want to institute a mask mandate for customers coming into their stores because they don't want to figure out who's vaccinated, who's not. But I don't think you're going to see a major impact. We have the solution at hand. It's getting vaccine into people's arms. That's how we fix this problem.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, so we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday. All right, something else we got coming up later this week. Back once again live in 2021 because everything was canceled in 2020. 39th annual Shell Rotella Super Rigs offering some new additions to complement the traditional festivities coming up July 29th through 31st. So next weekend, the Loves Travel Stop at I-90 and U.S. Highway 20 in Hampshire, Illinois. Theme for the Super Rigs this year is appropriately a time to shine as we honor and recognize the truck drivers for all their hard work, especially with all the challenges faced over the past year and a half. Truck owner-operators from across the U.S. and Canada compete annually for more than $25,000 in cash and prizes. 11 drivers selected to have their trucks featured in the annual calendar. Now, let's see. The 12th truck for the calendar will be the 2016 Peterbilt 389 of Brian Dreyer, who actually won Best of Show during the virtual contest last year. There's no fee to enter a truck in Super Rigs. Drivers are encouraged, though, to pre-register online. And for the first time at Super Rigs, the Go Safely Award will be presented by OOIDA, part of the Shell Rotella Road to Recovery program, honoring the commitment of drivers to keeping themselves and others safe during the pandemic. And the People's Choice Award will be held virtually this year, meaning drivers not able to attend in person will still be able to enter that competition. Voting is open right now, continues to be open until the 30th at peopleschoice.rotellasuperrigs.com. Of course, winner will be announced during the awards ceremony. Coming up next weekend. Something you may want to check out. Always a big time. Hey, good morning, Lester. How you been?
Pretty good. How you been doing, Steve?
I'm doing all right. Back at it on a Monday.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Hey, first thing,
When you come through 71 in Columbus, 71 northbound at the 270 eastbound exit ramp, that's all closed off. They're paving that area. And also Zanesville, they're paving the westbound lanes and moving Jersey walls around on the eastbound lane. So that's what's going on in the construction field up through this way, up towards Pittsburgh. But other than that, everything's pretty good. Low fog's building up this way a little bit.
Okay.
But I know we didn't. We were out of town 4th of July and came back in. We spent a week down in the Smokies, and we came back, and I ended up working day shift for the last 2 weeks. Went to Indianapolis and back, and now I'm back headed to Pittsburgh. Been up here for 4 days. Coming back home for tomorrow, Tuesday and Wednesday, I guess it is. Then come back on Thursday and Friday. But that's the way it all goes. How's everybody in your family doing?
Doing well. Summer's flying by. Hell, it won't be long, and the kids are going to be going back to school. I can't believe it.
Yep, you just got your pool open. Now you're going to have to get ready to close it. At least another month.
I know, you're right. And I mean, very, very short swimming season in this part of the country.
Right. Yeah, it is. It is. And if you got trees in your backyard, and them pools don't heat up very well neither. You got to use solar covers and all of that good stuff.
Yeah.
But you're talking about the vaccines and everything. Debbie and myself, we got the vaccines because, well, I have a lot of underlying health issues that I didn't want to take a chance on that. And like Pappy said, if he was 70, he would look at it a little differently. But, I'm almost 65. I'll be 65 in October. If you remember, all of our birthdays fall about within 2 weeks, yours and Princess's and mine, we all fall within that 2-week period of each other.
Mm-hmm.
And I decided, well, with my underlying health issues and stuff, that I would just get it to be safe than sorry, But everybody's right. It's your individual right to do that or not to do it. And you just got to weigh that out and hope for the best. I know it's a rushed vaccine, but we did the Moderna, the 2-shot Moderna, and really we haven't really had no complications with the Moderna. I probably wouldn't get the Johnson & Johnson if they even offered it. Matter of fact, they did offer it, and I refused it because Myers was giving it, and I refused that, and we went to Kroger's and got the Moderna instead.
Huh.
But that's just up to each individual.
Sure.
And they should have that right to make that decision. I know Debbie's not too keen on the grandkids getting the shots at all. She said there's too many risk factors for the kids that she thinks there is. And with Fauci, we actually have no confidence on Fauci because every day he just twists and turns everything he says. He lies all the time. One day it's this, another day it's something different. He says you don't say it, but he does say it. But Rand Paul is holding him right to the fire. And he should hold his feet to the fire. But Rand Paul, I really didn't really care much for Rand Paul. But I tell you what, at least he's a fighter. Something that he believes in, at least he goes all the way to the wall with it, especially against Fauci. But that's the way it all goes. So you didn't burn down the whole neighborhood, huh?
Well, hey, we tried.
I bet you did. I wish we weren't weren't out of town that weekend, but unfortunately we were. But
yeah, we had a good crew over. You missed out. You had Double R and Anita were here, and Jay and Shelley came into town. So.
Boy, yeah, we sure did miss it.
Yep.
Also, Debbie was telling me today when I got back from Pittsburgh, this morning when I got back from Pittsburgh, that she heard that Santos down there won a victory against the CDC on the cruise ships, saying that they don't have to be vaccinated now, and that the CDC cannot hold them to making sure everybody's vaccinated to take a cruise.
That is correct.
She was saying something like that. Oh, is that right?
Yep. That came down. That ruling came down late Friday, apparently.
Oh, is that right? I did
Mm-hmm.
not know that. She was saying something about it today, and you know how when you get home, you got about 3 hours before you got to eat and get back in bed and get ready for the next morning. But she was telling me that, and I thought, well, that's good. You know, I didn't know much about what happened. She said it went to court or something, and they ruled against the CDC. So,
yep, sure enough, did.
Hopefully everything will get on board. Yeah, hopefully everything get on board for next year or whatever, and move forward a little bit. Get everything moving like it used to be. Some things are moving like it used to be. You know, you were talking about the traffic and stuff, heavy traffic, people flying. A lot of that was created by I'm pro-police anyway, being in law enforcement for 32 years, prior to what I'm doing now. I think a lot of it, when the COVID first hit, when they were trying to not have a lot of dealings with the public, I think a lot of the speeding got out of control and is still out of control. Of course, you don't have enough state troopers and city police and the sheriff's department. You don't have enough guys just to set a whole fleet of them on the highway and just pull over the cars that's speeding. Because, there's a ton of cars that, I'll be driving 70. They'll pass me up like I'm sitting still. You could actually feel the wind move the truck back and forth as they go by. It's just unbelievable how fast they're driving. But I think when they slowed down a little bit at the lack of enforcement a little bit, I think that picked up the everybody got to where they thought, well, they're not doing nothing. I'll just drive as fast as I want to drive.
Right.
And that's where I think a lot of that stems from. I know the state troopers, they are out doing what they do, and I see the sheriff's department out where I live doing what they do, and they're just outnumbered. They got 10 state trooper cars out, and they got 1,000 people speeding. So
yeah.
So it's just hard to get all that under control again, I guess.
I know early. I know when the pandemic was first getting underway and everything was scary as hell. Law enforcement was definitely, kind of cutting back on interaction with people. Letting it slide if you're doing 85 mile an hour on the interstate. But I think that's all ended a long time ago. They're not hesitating to pull people over now. We see that with these enforcement blitzes, like several that took place last week. But I don't know. Maybe there are people that still feel like I can just do whatever the heck I want. Right there, I get a quick time out, though. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, the official word was, let me see here, Federal Appeals Court late Friday reversing course and letting stand the lower court order prohibiting the Centers for Disease Control from enforcing the COVID-related cruise ship rules in the state of Florida, which is a win for Florida that had filed lawsuit against the CDC. Said that these curbs made it tough for the cruise industry to recover from the pandemic. Let's see. The 11th Circuit Court of Appeals in Atlanta had only on Saturday voted 2-1 to block the lower court decision. But in its latest brief statement, the three-judge appeals panel said they had withdrawn their earlier order and was now rejecting the government's request because it had failed to demonstrate an entitlement to a stay pending appeal. The CDC said that even though they cannot require cruise ships to abide by the sail order, they will enforce the separate transit mask requirements on cruise ships in Florida that opt not to follow the now voluntary program. All cruise ships in Florida will still be required to report individual cases of illness or death and ship inspections and sanitary measures to prevent the introduction, transmission, and spread of communicable diseases. All right, cruise lines that ensure that at least 95% of passengers and nearly all crew are vaccinated can bypass the simulated voyages and move more quickly to resume commercial trips and allow vaccinated people to avoid masks inside common spaces. According to the conditional sail order, masks are not required in outdoor areas on cruise ships. Yeah, we remain, the CDC says, we remain committed to working with the industry and seaport partners to ensure the safe resumption of operations. Florida's Attorney General said that we are pleased the appeals court has lifted the prior order allowing the preliminary injunction to be in place. On they go, but yeah, that's been an up, down sort of scenario, but not going to be able to require vaccinations for a cruise. All right, back to the calls we go. Would that be, let's see, is that Vic on the line, I believe? Morning.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Vic.
Yeah. Hey, before I get on the coronavirus thing, thank you for reading that email the other day. And the NASCAR thing, I spent the weekend kind of going down memory lane and watching a bunch of YouTube videos about those old engines that Chevy and Ford and all that was making. And it came to me, what happened was the factories started making race-ready vehicles for certain people. And, well, excuse me. And then the safety people objected to that. So that's when the factories went to these tech divisions. And they would help people restore cars, and they would work with people like Mopar. They worked with Grand Spalding Dodge out of Chicago up there on what they really wanted for race vehicles. Ford worked with Moody and maybe Shelby on it, and I really don't know who GM worked with it. But anyway, it was kind of a go-around deal to where that they started working. A lot of the different things that came in there, the improvements, came from the factory through their so-called tech division to some speed shop somewhere. It was kind of a convoluted thing, and then NASCAR started coming up with all kinds of crazy rules, but you only have a certain size engine, and it had to be an overhead valve and all kinds of, the people that really follow NASCAR. I dropped out about there, and about the only thing I have left is a set of dual 4 barrels that went on a 312. That was a garden variety rebuilt engine, and I didn't realize it, but if you were running 2 4 barrels, you had to have a certain series, and the heads and the valves were a little bit bigger. So when I blew up the last engine, that was it, and all I have left, like I said, an aluminum manifold and 2 stack type poly carburetors out of the whole deal. But on to the coronavirus thing. The reason that people are having so much difficulty with this, I feel, is to kind of go off what the other person was talking about with the Dr. Fauci, is, we can't get any good information about how this originated. And it's a battle, it unquestionably came from China, and the Wuhan lab definitely played a part in it. And when you try to talk to Dr. Fauci about, what was your coordination with the Wuhan lab, you've seen what that turned in with Dr. Rand Paul, and Dr. Paul being a doctor, and he's familiar with these coronavirus infections. And anybody that has raised beef cattle is very familiar with something called BRD. It's bovine respiratory diseases, which is also a coronavirus. And when you look at the symptoms of that, you go to the Merck Veterinary Manual or Zeta or other, and you'll be amazed how much those symptoms look like the COVID-19. So until we get to the bottom of what are we actually fighting here, it's going to make people curious, or I shouldn't say curious, it'll make them reticent to get a vaccine. And some people will have different reactions. And along that line, I was watching a program, I'm pretty sure it was on Newsmax. It might have been on the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation's Health Channel. But some of the people that were part of the clinical trials that were willing to experiment in the beginning, they're not following up with them if they've had adverse reactions. So whenever you're talking about getting vaccines or not getting vaccines, I got one way back when, I think February, and my arm is still sore, so I can understand military people that have to pass all these PT, physical exercises and all that. I can understand them being a little reluctant to take a vaccine if it's going to affect them when they have to do their physical qualifications and all that. But we've just kind of been stuck in neutral or the mud or whatever you want to say for almost, here it is, almost the end of July. And we still don't have good information on these coronaviruses. And the Biden administration, the only thing he can do is run around and say, we want to get so many people vaccinated and we might have to go back to wearing a mask because of the variant. But we're going to have to get to the bottom of what happened in China. Because did you see the part about DNA, China keeping track of America's DNA? Did you ever see that, Steve?
I've seen some of the questions about. Someone emailed me earlier this past evening. Even how did he put it? Is it conspiracy theory stuff? Maybe. Steve, you remember a few years ago when I think it was Texas that the powers that be wanted to pull drivers over and stick a swab up their noses to collect people's DNA. Yes, I do remember that. You should just think now, across the entire planet, they're sticking the swabs up people's noses. They say they're testing for COVID. It's just, I don't know. That is a bit conspiratorial, but I don't know. The Great Reset, right? All right, we got to get a quick news break in here. Back with more after this. Rolling into a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said on Sunday that she would withhold a vote on an upcoming bipartisan infrastructure package until the Senate approves a much larger spending package through budget reconciliation. That's something that Senator Rob Portman is not happy with. The Ohio Republican tells ABC's This Week that he's worried the Speaker's threat could scuttle a bipartisan piece of needed legislation that's popular among the American people.
87% of the American people think we should do a bipartisan infrastructure package. It's the right thing to do. Every president in modern times has talked about it. President Trump's proposal was for $1.5 trillion in infrastructure. Ours is about $579 billion over 5 years. So this is the right thing to do. It's been totally bipartisan from the start. It's the way we ought to be doing things here in Washington to get stuff done, and I can't believe the Speaker of the House would be blocking it.
This is USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, from the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Start off with this one from Tater. Hey, if the boss man calls in, ask him how his Saturday night went. Got a call about 3 a.m. Sunday. He needed a ride. When I got out to the Ambets Club, I found a big goose, thanks Fly Rod, all bearded up and sitting on the tailgate of his truck, guitar in hand, serenading about 5 equally bearded up women of questionable repute. When I approached, he announced to the fan club that I was his pet monkey. And then he proceeded to pick me up completely off the ground and shoulder me like a toddler. It might have been the single most emasculating thing that ever happened to me. Then on the way home, he proceeded to yodel and catcall every woman he passed. I finally got the big goon home, and he fell over on the couch and passed out. Called him this afternoon and asked if we needed to go get his truck. And he let me tell you, it was like riding with a grizzly bear. Anyway, I think we need to have a Blatz intervention. On my way to Iowa. Hope everybody has a great night. Enjoying the show this morning. Thank you, Tater. A Blatz intervention. Then another message here. Steve, just a note on that comment before about California Interstate 5 being the most dangerous. You know, it's worth noting California still has their split speed limit laws. Trucks are 55 while the cars are 70. As we know, every study has found this to be more dangerous than having all traffic run at the same speed. States like Ohio, Illinois, they fixed their speed limit differences in the last decade. Just another reason why we don't need speed limiters on all trucks. I think they're still pushing speed limiters in the infrastructure bill, Anyway, glad I found your show again. I'm a fellow Greater Cincinnati, and my home 20 is in Augusta, Kentucky. I've been over the road for 14 years. I've never contacted you, but I've been listening forever. Thanks for all you do. They call me Tapeworm. There you go. Well, good to have you with us, Tapeworm. Thank you so much. And let me get back and finish up with Vic. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over, Steve, especially to clear up the DNA thing. No, what happened in China, I don't know if people that are expecting a child are still doing that or not, but, here a few years ago, it became a fad to do a DNA test when somebody was expecting, and they had to sign a release form on that said the lab could use this information for other clinical studies. Well, guess where the lab was? It was in China. And there were some people that didn't realize that, and they were a little bit highly upset because that meant that China was getting DNA on the expectant child, on the mother and the father. Now, whether or not this played into what was going on at Wuhan, I really don't know, but I do know that they have narrowed this coronavirus down, that it's on what's called chromosome 2. And the significance of chromosome 2 is this might upset some people, but chromosome 2 is where us and the simians, the great apes, that's where we part company. We only have one chromosome. The great apes have 2, A and B, and that's why there's some similarity in the viruses. And there's other things that goes along with that, but that's why Rand Paul is always talking about this gain of function, and Fauci saying no, he didn't participate in gain of function. But I find it odd that they come up with this virus that would be right where we split from the animal kingdom. And the other thing is, talking about conspiratory, I do know that they have talked about taking organs from the great apes to implant into humans. So, who knows what the Chinese are doing, but I know it's not good for us. I know that. And we really shouldn't even been messing with them. And then when we came along with the vaccines, I'm amazed that they even came up with the vaccine, considering that everybody was reticent about how this coronavirus came to be, and it has similarities to a lot of the animal coronaviruses, but they really can't find the exact animal it came from, and so that's why they believe it's manufactured. Somebody had to do something. This thing just didn't naturally evolve, and the particular coronavirus that they're talking about, like I said, if you go to and look up bovine respiratory disease, which is caused by coronavirus, it's the number one killer in beef cattle, and it has so many variations. It's a viral infection, a bacterial infection. It comes from funguses. I mean, that thing is highly invasive, and the symptoms, like I said, they're quite similar to what we're having in people within the human population. So I can understand the reticence of people to take a vaccine. The reason I went ahead with it, and my wife too, was because we have some people in the family that have actually had transplants, and they would go almost ballistic if somebody wasn't wearing a mask or something of that nature, because obviously they were greatly compromised. And I don't know if you remember me saying that my son had a heart attack back there in November, and he works for a major airline, meeting planes from all over the world. And he still hasn't taken his vaccine because he's still recovering from a heart attack. He says, I just don't feel comfortable with it. So if you have a compromising health condition, I can understand that people would be reluctant, because there is more to know about this, and they're not really taking advantage of the clinical trials and even all the vaccines. Because my daughter was, she was one of them that was on the vaccine clinic, and they got a lot of information. What's being done with it, I don't know. And when I was mentioning the thing with the chromosome 2, and that goes back to the Neanderthals. If you really want to go even farther into it, that's where that chromosome came in the Homo sapiens. But anyway, she said that O positive blood was also the basic blood that everybody had before it started splitting into all the different A and AB and all that, and the rhesus negative and positive. So I guess what I'm stumbling around here trying to say is, as somebody that has a modicum of knowledge, I wouldn't say always moving. I was trying to say always traveling. She's up to date and works on that. It just frustrates me that I know the knowledge is there. They're not putting it together. And I don't think the Biden administration has any intention of ever putting it together, because it's a political weapon to them. And with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
All right. Good to have you with us. Vic, thanks for checking in this morning. Okay, we get, let's see, it's 844-844-3388. All right, General Motors Friday is issuing a new recall for nearly 69,000 Chevy Bolt electric vehicles worldwide. Fire risks after reports of 2 new fires. They were recalled in November for fire risks, and at least one of the 2 new fires was in a vehicle that already had the software update as part of that recall. Regulators last week urging those owners to park your vehicle outside and away from your home after charging the vehicle. Experts from General Motors and the battery maker LG have identified the simultaneous presence of 2 rare manufacturing defects in the same battery cell as the root cause of battery fires in certain Chevrolet Bolt vehicles. GM said they will replace defective battery modules. In the recall population, it's not clear how many are defective, though, but the recall includes more than 50,000 vehicles here in the USA. Again, last week, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration urged those owners, park your vehicle outside away from your home and other structures after charging because of the fire risks. All right, GM said Friday that all the nearly 69,000 Bolt owners should return their vehicles to a 90% state of charge limitation that the company first instructed owners to use before the recall fix had been completed. There's something about if you charge your battery completely, you have a higher risk of that battery catching fire. They thought if you only charged them to 90%, that would reduce the risk. But apparently, even with the fix, they're still having some issues. So with that, let's get back to the calls. Minnesota Milkman got you coming up next. Hang in there. What's going on, Big Moose? If I can get this thing to pick him up. Big Moose on the loose. Good morning.
Hey, bud, what's happening?
How was your weekend?
Well, I think you done got you got one side of the story. It wasn't quite as dramatic as he made it out to be. But that other caller was right, because this grade 8 was about one Mickey Newberry song away from an organ transplant himself when the pet monkey showed up to take me home. But you'll have that on big jobs. Them damn kids don't know how to honky-tonk. Their idea of a party is going out and drinking some titty pink daiquiri to a Justin Bieber song. They can't hang with a big dog, you know what I mean?
Yeah, probably takes a lot of blats to get the Big Moose sauced up.
Well, we was using them old granddad and Blatz Boilermakers, buddy. That old granddad speeds up the process a little bit, you know what I mean?
Oh, okay, I hear you.
Yeah, but no, that's... I gonna call and see if you seeing where the hollow suit there over. I think it was Friday in the press conference that they asked him if he had any re-election plans for 2024. Did you see that?
No, who, Biden?
Yeah. he said he couldn't see that far ahead. That's 3.5 years in the future, and he couldn't speculate that far ahead. Then they asked him if they had any plans of keeping Kamala Harris on the ticket. And he said, "Oh yeah." He said, "We can see that." And they said, "Well, why don't you have any plans?" Said, your predecessor had re-election plans, you know." And he laughed. He said, "God, I miss him, you know."
Oh boy.
And then they said, "Well, if you don't think, if President Trump don't run, what do you, who do you think will be the Republican, you know, ticket?" And he said, in 3.5 years, and this is exactly what he said verbatim, "I don't think there will be a Republican Party."
Wow.
Now, what kind of brass does that take?
They they keep saying that. I don't know what's up their sleeve.
Oh, I tell you what, I was just talking to Philip about it. They're pushing that narrative, so when they steal the midterm election, nobody will be surprised because, you know, the Republicans are on their way out. See, that's what they're doing. See, you can just about tell their intentions on how they start talking. You know, they get this big push on this narrative that the Republican Party will be non-existent in 3.5 years for the presidential reelection. Well, it won't be no surprise that during the midterms, the Democrats take a sweeping hold on all of the votes. You know, so like I said, it's a brainwash tactic to just get everybody prepared for when they steal the next one, and then the next presidential election. You know, it'll be a sweeping victory for them too, because they saw way back in 2021 that the Republican Party was on its way out. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, but I tell you what, buddy, I used to say last lap around the bowl. I think this lap is rapidly coming to a conclusion, and we're looking straight down the pipe. So. But, oh well, you know, this whole vaccine thing, has anybody but me, you know, they talk about what Fauci thinks and what Fauci's saying, and, you know, the pandemic's going in the wrong direction, all this. As far as I'm concerned, that man has zero credibility. As far as I was concerned, he had zero credibility before the whole Wuhan scam come about, you know. I remember him, you know, when the whole AIDS thing hit big, you know, AIDS can be transmitted through any body fluid, and anybody that uses a public restroom might as well put a gun in their mouth. It's an instant death sentence. You remember, he said that, you know, the AIDS virus will be transmitted through any bodily fluid. You know, it's like I said, Anthony Fauci has sold more wax paper ass gaskets and more face masks than he ought to be salesman of the millennium. Because in the 80s, he was selling them ass gaskets that you put on toilet seats at a public restroom so you wouldn't die from AIDS. And now he's selling M95 masks that you can wear around like an idiot so you don't die of the COVID, which still has, by the way, less than a 2% mortality rate, but nobody wants to mention that. And all the collective deaths worldwide has still yet to match half the population of New York City. So, you know, this is all a blown out, overblown, exaggerated scare tactic. And the Republican Party's on its way out. Nancy Pelosi's holding the whole damn Senate hostage over her spending bill. And, you know, Joe Biden's convinced that the Republicans won't exist in 3.5 years. And everybody's doing a great job, and it's all rainbow bright and unicorn farts, you know, my ass. Do you remember that Tuesday morning when we got up and heard that airplane had hit the first tower? And, oh, man, what a great tragedy, you know. And this had to be some kind of terrible accident. And then you remember a few minutes later when that second plane hit and we all realized that this was a big setup, it was a big plan, and we were under attack. Well, that's the same sickening feeling I'm getting right now. Because I tell you what, I can see the writing on the wall. I can tell what's coming, and it's not even going to be a surprise when it gets here. And I'm all for anybody who's got optimism and can, you know, want to look on the bright side of things. Well, I'm telling you, in this situation, there is no bright side. This is a scam. This is a sham. This is a dog and pony show. And I tell you what, I said it before and I said it again. Go take a little field trip to the slaughterhouse. They don't call them cattle in there kicking and screaming. They don't haul them hogs in there kicking and screaming. They take them in single file, heads down, to get thumped in the head, put on the hook, and right down the line, buddy. And that's exactly what we're being led into. We're being funneled right into a chute, and we're going to get thumped in the heads, hooked in the hind quarter, and sent right down the line, just like they do at the slaughterhouse. Because I'm telling you, this is not good. I can tell, I can't say it enough. I'm trying to tell these kids around here, this has happened before, people. It's not happened here before, but it's happened before on many times, and it's never ended well, And here's what this younger generation don't understand about communism. You vote your way in, but you have to shoot your way out. And I tell you what, this bunch that we got, this latest generation we got in this country, and some of them before, ain't got the testicular fortitude to fist fight their way out of a wet paper sack, much less take on the kind of task, that took to liberate the Jews and to liberate the French and all the things that we've done before when this whole process has failed. But I got a feeling ain't nobody going to jump in and bail us out like we've always jumped in and bailed everybody else out. So, like I said, I think a lot of people are going to be in for a culture shock, because it all sounds well and good when you're hearing that off-the-wall ideology, but when it hits the pavement, so to speak, when it starts landing in your own backyard, and they're going to want to see your papers, and your lineage is going to decide what camp you go to, so to speak, and what serial number you got on your arm, and when you wake up, when you go to bed, and what you eat, and what you drive, and when you drive, and all that stuff comes into play. They're going to see it's not the carnival that so many on the television are making it out to be. They want two classes in this world. They want the extremely rich and they want the impoverished. And the extremely rich want to be able to control the impoverished, and they'll exactly be able to do that when they get control of where you go, when you go, what you eat, when you eat, and all that stuff. And I'm telling you, it's coming. I can see it plain as day. This whole vaccine thing, if you're not vaccinated, you're going to wear a mask. If you're not vaccinated or wearing a mask, you can't go buy groceries. If you're not vaccinated wearing a mask, you can't go here. If you're not vaccinated wearing a mask, you don't go there. Now they're getting to the point it don't matter that you are vaccinated. He's trying to make you wear a mask again. And I'm telling you, just keep complying with this bunch, folks. And like I said, you think about that old steer walking up that chute ready to meet his doom, and he has no idea, And by the time he sees the one in front of him fall, the one behind him still clueless, and there ain't nothing to do but sit there and wait on the death blow, So I may sound like Debbie Downer, but that's my 2 cents. And I'll say keep it twixt a spotted and a solid, sunny side up. We'll be 10-10 till we do it again.
Good to hear from you, Big Moose. I'm glad you had a good weekend. Chance to get out and enjoy a little bit, right? We could all use that from time to time. All right, with that, it is 844-3388. Get our final hour underway just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said on Sunday that she would withhold a vote on an upcoming bipartisan infrastructure package until the Senate approves a much larger spending package through budget reconciliation. That's something that Senator Rob Portman is not happy with. The Ohio Republican tells ABC's This Week that he's worried the Speaker's threat could scuttle a bipartisan piece of needed legislation that's popular among the American people.
87% of the American people think we should do a bipartisan infrastructure package. It's the right thing to do. Every president in modern times has talked about it. President Trump's proposal was for $1.5 trillion in infrastructure. Ours is about $579 billion over 5 years. So This is the right thing to do. It's been totally bipartisan from the start. It's the way we ought to be doing things here in Washington to get stuff done, and I can't believe the Speaker of the House would be blocking it.
This is USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio. Did you know this station, this network, is looking for their next rock star broadcaster? That's right, we are. And it could be you. It could be you interviewing the guests, talking to the newsmakers right in the middle of everything. Have you ever dreamed of being a rock star show host? Now could be your chance. Together with this station, we'll help you with everything you need. The studios, the equipment, your own producer, a co-host if you'd like, and so much more. Broadcasting is changing. There's never been a need for fresh voices and unique opinions like there is right now. You can do this. Our professional team will guide you every step of the way. Sound effects, show content, building your social network media, and everything you need to be the next rockstar broadcaster. Get all the details. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today to get started with your own show. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Don't wait. You could be the next voice for America. Email bill@rockstar.today.
Finally, some good news for crews fighting a wildfire in southern Oregon that's burnt through more than 400,000 acres of forest. Brad Bernards has the details.
The nation's largest wildfire raged through southern Oregon on Friday, but crews were scaling back some night operations as hard work and weaker winds helped reduce the spread of flames, even as wildfires continue to threaten homes in neighboring California. An Oregon Department of Forestry spokesperson says there is some good news.
So in the last couple of days, the fire has only grown 1,000 acres per day. And for a fire of this size, basically that's a really strong signal that fire behavior is moderating.
And U.S. athletes accomplished a pair of firsts Sunday at the Tokyo Olympics. 18-year-old Anastasia Zlotic became the first American woman to win gold in Taekwondo, winning in the 57-kilogram division. Fencer Lee Kiefer became the first American to take gold in the individual foil event. She defeated defending Olympic champion Russian Inna Deriglazova in the final. This is USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergen Hour with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you say help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
The city of St. Louis and St. Louis County are set to reinstate an indoor mask mandate on Monday amid rising cases in the state. Health officials announced its reinstatement on Friday, with several elected officials pushing back against the order. Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt said that he would file a lawsuit Monday to stop the mandate from going into effect. Some health officials say that a mask mandate at this point won't actually do much to slow the spread of COVID. Infectious disease expert Dr. Amesh Adalja tells Fox News that the real way to bring down the number of cases is to bring up the number of vaccinations.
What we're seeing is really a pandemic of the unvaccinated. The data shows that if you're fully vaccinated, the Delta variant doesn't pose much of a risk to you, and those breakthrough infections that are occurring are rare and not likely to be contagious. What we're seeing is the unvaccinated driving this. So I think when you have these mask mandates put into place again, what you're going to see is it's going to be hard to comply with. Not many people are going to wear it, and it's not going to be something that has a major impact because it's the unvaccinated individuals, people who haven't gotten vaccinated, unlikely to wear a mask, that are spreading this. And it's going to be in certain areas where mask use isn't very common to begin with. So I don't think you're going to see much of an impact here. I understand that businesses want to keep people safe, and I think that's fine if private businesses want to institute a mask mandate for customers coming into their stores because they don't want to figure out who's vaccinated, who's not. But I don't think you're going to see a major impact. We have the solution at hand. It's getting vaccine into people's arms. That's how we fix this problem.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment. for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, final hour on a Monday. Love Mondays. Hey, we're rolling into the 26th day of July. Can you believe that? Last week of July already. We just celebrated Independence Day, 4th of July weekend. What the? So Joe Biden was out and about at a rally in Virginia Friday. Apparently the crowd was very small. Little show of support. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, where's all those 80 million who were so enthusiastic about Joe Biden? What the hell are they? He's in the state campaigning for Terry McAuliffe's gubernatorial campaign, apparently. Yeah, during his speech, Biden boasted about whipping President Trump in Virginia during the 2020 election. He says, quote, Terry and I share a lot in common. I ran against Donald Trump, and so is Terry. And I whipped Donald Trump in Virginia. So will Terry. As he was speaking, a series of boos erupted from the 500 or so attendees at the barely half-full Luberon Park in Arlington. A voice in the crowd causing him to actually stop his speech at one point. The heckler was apparently yelling, "Stop line 3," according to Fox News. That reference reportedly a crude oil pipeline from Canada built in the 1960s that's getting a $3 billion influx to replace hundreds of miles of pipes. As the heckler yelled out, Biden said, that's okay, that's all right, let him talk. Look, it's not a Trump rally, let him holler. Nobody's paying attention. But again, raising money for McAuliffe, who previously served as the Commonwealth's governor 2014 to 2018. He's now running against Republican businessman Glenn Youngkin, who's actually backed by Donald Trump for that position. Recent polling shows McAuliffe with a narrow 4-point lead over the Republican rival, again, backed by Trump. So we'll see where that goes. But all right, back to the phones here. Final hour. Minnesota Milkman. Hi there.
Hello. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call, sir.
Morning, Milkman. How was your weekend?
It's going good. It's going good, or it went good, I should say.
Okay.
Yours go good?
I had a good weekend. Short and sweet. They go by so fast, don't they?
They do, sir. Yes. So I was calling about the COVID vaccine again. So last fall, I was actually directed from somebody on Facebook who works for the Minnesota Department of Health up in like the north central region of Minnesota, which is more on the conservative side, I would say. And she directed me to a guy out of California named Dr. Z or Z-Dog. And I started listening to his podcasts, and I would consider this guy more libertarian-ish or central way of thinking. And he admits that he tries to promote like an alt-middle type of politics, okay? Mm-hmm. When he is talking politics. And I listened to a lot of what he had to say about the vaccine and leading up to it, and he had interviewed people like, say, Paul Offit, if you know who that is. And a lot of good information about the vaccine. And, they say that the mRNA vaccine, research began with that like 20-some years ago. And the question that I've always wanted to ask them, and I don't see this being said in any of the Fauci stuff or CDC stuff, is they started on the mRNA vaccines with either SARS or MERS, whichever one was first. And they never got it to get to human trial. By the time they were ready to get it to human trial,
it was gone.
The it was gone. But pretty much all of our lives, I'm younger than you, but only by about probably 10, 15 years. There's been 4 types of coronaviruses that have been floating around that are common. And why all this time haven't they tried this vaccine, the mRNA one specifically, on those coronaviruses? Why haven't those ones made it to human trial yet? That's a question that nobody seems to be able to answer, and it's kind of disheartening because, I mean, when you look at the logistics of SARS and MERS, it's like, okay, I can understand the logic, but then why didn't they, they say, like Paul Offit said that, if a variant comes along that will alleviate the current vaccine, they'll just have to change a little bit in the mRNA and they can, cover that variant now. Okay, great. Well, why didn't they make that little change to cover these other quote unquote coronaviruses that have been spread through ever in a day? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Good question.
And I'm like you. I want to believe that this vaccine is the real deal and that it dramatically reduces symptoms to the point where you're asymptomatic. But just the way they are going about it, the way they went about stuff last summer with masks and, it just, how do you believe them? It just, I don't know. And I think I'm with a lot of people. I'm one of the unvaccinated. I'm 41 years old. It's like, how about we just wait a few years if we can? But the way they're going at all this, you ain't gonna be able to do anything. It seems like if you're gonna be an unvaccinated wait and see type of person. Do you agree?
Right. Then again, I mean, some people are going to get very, very sick, and some are going to die. And I mean, I keep hearing them saying that like 99% of people that are going to the hospital now are people that are unvaccinated.
And I guess I can believe that because I don't know how it is in every state if visitors are allowed to go see people in nursing homes, but that vulnerable group of people that's always had the issue with the COVID-19, they're obviously the numbers are way better, but I want, if it's 3 to 5%, let's say, that end up in a hospital that are vaccinated, quote unquote, are they that elderly group of people? Are they really saying the age group of people that are dying right now, that are still dying, that are vaccinated?
I can't say that I haven't been seeing those kind of figures. We're not getting nearly as much info as we did about the population that's being impacted today. I mean, supposedly this Delta variant is, they say, impacting much younger people.
Well, and that's the other thing. With the way the U.S. has been shut down, Canada shut down, Europe, how in the heck did the Delta variant that came from India, how did it get here? Like, how many Americans are saying, hey, I want to go on vacation to India
right.
in the middle of a pandemic?
Yeah.
But it mind boggles me. Like, we can't go to Canada. We're allowing Mexicans to come in, or Hondurans, whoever the people are that are crossing the southern border. We can go down there, but Canadians can fly into America. The whole thing just, it's a total mind boggle on how the stuff still continuously is going around the world with all these, now variants and everything. It's like, how are people, if it's such a deadly virus, how are they able to travel? And if it's, say, an essential worker or a businessman, why aren't they being watched, closer, that go into, say, a place like India? I just don't get that. I don't know. You know, I don't like the surveillance state, but if this is so deadly as they say it is, and contagious as they say it is, why is that type of stuff being allowed? I mean, I get it. We live in America, and we have the right to travel, the right to move around. But do those rights continue beyond our own borders? I guess that each individual is going to have to answer that question, but I don't know. And your answer to where are all the supporters for Joe Biden?
Yeah, right.
They're all in their basements, vaccinated, still wearing masks. That's where they are.
Ah, okay. That answers the question then. All right, Minnesota Milkman, thank you for checking in. Have a great week. That is a valid question. And yes, I supposedly these coronavirus vaccine research, the mRNA stuff has been in the works for many, many years, but it had never been approved due to the fact that it is a form of gene therapy. It had never been approved for any human use. But in this case, is it just because so many were dying? And again, it is still emergency authorization use only to this date. But with that, all right, we'll get a quick 2-minute timeout. We'll come back with more. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Saw the story that in Utah, the southern portion of the Great Salt Lake in Utah has apparently dropped to its lowest level ever, according to the U.S. Geological Survey over the weekend. Lake levels have been declining for some time, but this record-breaking drought that is impacting the West has accelerated its fall in recent months. Average daily water levels dropped about an inch below the previous record that was set in 1963, a records dating back to 1847. A series of images released by the Division of Water Resources showed the clear contrast between what the Great Salt Lake, the largest saltwater lake in the Western Hemisphere, looked like at its highest and average levels versus the new record low. The latest drought monitor released last Thursday shows nearly 100% of the state is under extreme drought conditions, level 3 out of 4. To make matters worse, more than 2/3 of the state is now in exceptional drought, the highest drought level. Amazingly, just 1 year ago, there were no exceptional drought conditions reported in the state of Utah. Based on the current trends, U.S. Geological Survey anticipates water levels may decline an additional foot over the next several months. Officials say they continue to closely monitor lake levels and the drought situation in this, as potential impacts could cascade not only through the state's natural resources, but also through the economy. We have to find ways to balance Utah's growth with maintaining a healthy lake. The environmental and economical balance can be found by working together as elected leaders, blah, blah, blah. The Great Salt Lake is a major tourist destination. Over 1.14 million people visiting the lake's 3 biggest state parks: Willard Bay, Antelope Island, Great Salt Lake, according to the latest numbers. The drought conditions are only expected to get worse in the coming weeks. Very limited chances for widespread, significant precipitation, they tell us. And back to the phones. Chris is on the line. Good morning, Chris. What's happening?
Morning, Steve. A lot of things at this point. I don't. That drought, I don't believe there was no drought last year. They say that, and they're saying this is the second year of a bad drought from California. This is 20 years of drought. I think it's sunspots, really. But that's all I'm just going to talk about. This. I don't think this mRNA vaccine has ever been tried on a virus before. It was developed for cancer, but it's so damn expensive. They have to develop a vaccine, a unique vaccine for everyone with cancer to get it to work on cancer. And a lot of it was actually. A lot of it was done in Cuba, believe it or not. I don't know. There was a show on it the other night about they developed some kind of thing that they got a partnership with a hospital over here. But, what made it so dangerous, there was a doctor when this first started, it goes right after your white cells. It infects your actual immune system. So, I guess if you have a good immune system, that would be ideal because it'll kill it right away. But if you have a weak immune system, it takes you down, and that's kind of. But you were saying before, why were the newspapers jumping all over it? The government too. And there's a lot of what Big Moose is saying, I think. They both get their power from disasters, basically marketing disasters and responding to disasters. And he's not completely wrong about some of these genocides. A lot of them started as health scares. There was a lot of that to the Nazi regime then. But and I heard Pol Pot. He kind of used the same model. Certain people were just defective in some way, and he just massacred them. But originally, what I was going to talk about was the speeding up in Chicago. I've been going up there since I started trucking, really, on a pretty regular basis. And up until about 3 years ago, it was motorcycle gangs, and they were mostly black motorcycle gangs, and they would go through that town at 100 miles an hour. And there was always 4 or 5 of them, you know. As soon as one go by, one would be on the other side of you. And if you moved at all, you were going to kill one of them. And I think they got tired of being killed. A lot of them got killed on those damn bikes. And now they're all in these hot cars. They have a lot of Mustangs, but their favorite one is that Challenger. And it started out, that's just the last 2 years, but it started out with those little speed racer cars, you know. And these guys go right through traffic, weaving in and out of traffic. It's a game, you know. They're just, I don't know. They're just rat racing is what I call it. We used to do that. And the other thing is, I finally hit somebody in traffic. I was going 40 miles an hour in the expressway, Steve. The other thing is the damn construction. And guess what? I got a ticket for unsafe speed for conditions on a dry, sunny day. What they're trying to do is go to no fault. What I think's going on. Illinois just wants to go to no fault. You get in a wreck, you're going to get a ticket. But I see some trucks. Just today, I was surprised at the number of trucks that were driving like the damn cars all of a sudden. In construction, running up on the back of somebody, you know, going twice as fast as traffic. But it's normally the cars that cause the problems. And they were just over and over, man. They just, it's like NASCAR. They don't care, it doesn't seem. And they wreck into a wall and they go up their shoulders. It's starting to spread around the country, but I haven't seen any place like Chicago. But that's about all I have, Steve.
Well, Minnesota Milkman, I'm sorry, Chris. I talked to Milkman earlier. Thanks for checking in, Chris, and appreciate you being with us here on a Monday as we get back to the old grind. All right, what are we looking at? About a minute before we hit our bottom of the hour news break. Here's a word we haven't heard much of in a long, long time. When's the last time you heard about the debt ceiling? It's been a while, hasn't it? I was kind of wondering about it. I've been wondering in recent years, have we just like eliminated a debt ceiling? Because we continue to pass, $1 trillion here, $3 trillion there right now. As we're hearing in our news updates, Nancy Pelosi's threatening to not hold a vote on the $1 trillion infrastructure bill unless they first pass the $3.5 trillion other big spending package, whatever the hell that one was called. And that has to be done by, reconciliation. In other words, they're going to force that through without a single Republican vote. Debt ceiling. Well, apparently, Janet Yellen brought that up to Congress on Friday. If the debt ceiling is not raised, it will risk irreparable harm to the economy and the livelihoods of all Americans. In a letter to Nancy Pelosi, Yellen expressed that she did not know how long the Treasury Department could keep the U.S. from defaulting on its obligations, which could result in catastrophic economic consequences. By the way, the debt ceiling expires August 1st. That, my friends, is less than 1 week from today. August 1st is next Sunday. The debt ceiling does not affect, they try to explain, the debt ceiling does not affect how much money the government spends. Instead, the debt ceiling limits how much debt the government can take while paying for provisions that have already been signed into law. So this went to all the powers that be. Earlier last week, Republicans threatened not to support a debt ceiling raise unless Democrats took a position toward some debt reduction provision. Yellen then went on to say to the Treasury's ability to prevent an economic fallout would only last until September. Failure to raise the debt ceiling could destroy America's financial standing with other countries. This is why no president or Treasury Secretary of either party have ever countenanced even the suggestion of a default on any obligation of the United States, which sounds to me like we may be approaching uncharted territory. So we're talking about actually looking at potential default on obligations, while Democrats are pushing $4.5 trillion in spending right now. $4.5 trillion. Something don't mix. But with that news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As new COVID cases have ticked up in all 50 states, health officials say that new infections are rapidly spreading through those who are still unvaccinated. Chief White House medical advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci tells CNN's State of the Union that while the pandemic is going in the wrong direction, we do have the tools to blunt the latest trends.
If you look at the inflection of the curve of new cases, and as you said, that it is among the unvaccinated, and since we have 50% of the country is not fully vaccinated, that's a problem, particularly when you have a variant like Delta, which has this extraordinary characteristic of being able to spread very efficiently and very easily from person to person. And we know we have many, many, many vulnerable people in this country who are unvaccinated. We have the tools to blunt that and make that model wrong.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, a veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, great nutritional company, based on 90 for Life. 90 essential nutrients, all vertebrates, whether you're a wombat, an elephant, a giraffe, an ostrich, a human being, a monkey, a cow, a dog, or a cat, doesn't matter. All vertebrates require 90 essential nutrients, 16 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. They help prevent birth defects. There are no genetic birth defects. That's my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of National Treasure. There are no genetically transmitted diseases. They're all nutritional deficiency diseases. That's why my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of National Treasure. I want you to get on the 90 for Life program, 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. And don't forget the Rebound or sports drink. And don't forget, you need your immune system because of all this pandemic virus stuff going around. And so contact us at usaradiohealth.com. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And get a load of this one. Georgia. All right, so they've already passed the election integrity bills, right? Stirred up the proverbial firestorm. Yeah, hell, we even moved the All-Star game out of Georgia. Because they're trying to make it harder to cheat. Yeah, which, that's racist. Latest development, Georgia's ineffectual, arguably unethical Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, is demanding that election officials in Fulton County be fired for mishandling an election that he certified. Do you remember when the Washington Post released a, quote, leaked phone call between Raffensperger and former President Trump, and the way they tried to twist that narrative? President Trump held an hour-long call with Brad Raffensperger, Georgia's Secretary of State, in which he repeatedly urged him to alter the outcome of the presidential vote in the state of Georgia. That was what the Washington Post reported on January the 5th. The Washington Post, the left-wing outlet, made a big deal out of Trump's phone call about a mess in Fulton County, which it was. But that reporting proved to be just another smear attempt when the Washington Post issued a late correction in March of this year, which says the Georgia Secretary of State released an audio recording of President Donald Trump's December phone call with the state's top elections investigator. The recording revealed that the Post misquoted Trump's comments on the call. Trump did not tell the investigator to find the fraud or say that she would be a national hero if she did so. Instead, Trump urged the investigator to scrutinize ballots in Fulton County, asserting she would find dishonesty there. He also told her that she had the most important job in the country right now. And they wonder why people don't trust the mainstream media. Did you ever hear about that correction? Remember, it was just a few months ago they also made a correction of the story about Trump trying to clear the crowd there, the protesters, so we could go have a photo op at that church. Trump wanted scrutiny in Fulton County, and instead, Raffensperger and others stabbed him in the back. Now Raffensperger is laughably calling for the firing of elections officials in Fulton County over the double-counted ballots in the election. Fulton County's continued failures have gone on long enough with no accountability. Rick Barron and Ralph Jones, Fulton's registration chief, must be fired and removed from Fulton's election leadership immediately. Fulton's voters and the people of Georgia deserve better. That was his tweet just last week. Now, that demand comes after the Atlanta Journal-Constitution reported roughly 200 absentee ballots were double scanned in November. Raffensperger also called for election integrity measures in a statement to the Daily Caller. Every time we think we've reached the peak of Fulton's election mismanagement issues, more comes to light. I've been calling for change in Fulton since day one. Maintaining public confidence in our elections begins in Fulton County. The Secretary of State might now claim he was busy pushing for change, but he's on the record immediately after the election undermining Trump's calls to address mismanagement issues. He's now trying to play the role of a public servant, hoping that you forgot he was the one who made sure Fulton County's results were certified in the first place. If he'd like to ensure Fulton County's next election isn't as poorly handled as the last one, a good place to start would be his resignation. Yeah, but most people don't get to hear about those, quote, corrections. Well, it took him 3 months to make a correction. Oh, we misspoke about what Trump said. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me back a second time, Mr. Steve Sommers. They're going to recall him. They're going to fire him. They'll wind up doing it there. Old Gavin Newsom, when's his election results coming out, but his recall?
For his recall, where
have they had the recall vote yet?
No.
Out in California,
that's still up and coming, and I think they've got like 80 different people that are going to be trying to run for that space, the governorship there. It's crazy.
Oh man, I know that's right. Well, I see where the Michigan legislators have stripped old Governor Gretchen Whitmire of her emergency powers there. She ain't as powerful as she used to be there. I'm glad to see that happen. Big Moose, was he talking about 666 stuff there, Steve? All that stuff of getting in line and you can't buy, sell, trade, all that stuff. And even though Doofus Magoo predicting the future, man, that's some of that good stuff in the end there too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I trust my daughter. She works for Pfizer. That's why I took the vaccine. Other than that, I probably wouldn't have ever taken it there. I don't trust doctors and scientists or all that stuff there, Steve. And not only do we have COVID running around, they've got cases of monkeypox. I don't even know what that is, but there's some of it down here in Dallas, and I think some up in New York, and I forgot where else it said. And then they've got a super bug fungus down here, too, down here in Dallas. That scares me. And then I read where they dug a 15,000-year-old virus up, never before seen by humans, down there in the glacier ice. Why don't you just leave it buried down there? Why are you digging around trying to find stuff you ain't got no business? So I mean, that's crazy. I got to tell you this joke from a sex therapist, Steve. There, I said it on. I saw it on a YouTube TED video. That's technology, entertainment, design. Bubba said he was having doggy sex with his wife. Now, Steve, you can get your mind out of the gutter. He was down on his hands and knees begging, and she was playing dead.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, I know that's right. I tried every way in the world down there in Pensacola, Steve. This gal, she was wearing one of them thong bikinis. That string was going up where you know it was going up. There was a little old patch on the front. But I couldn't figure out a way to get a picture to send it to you without Mama Knucklebuster giving me a black eye.
I appreciate you thinking about me anyway.
Yeah, anyway, so I've been married 41 years today, Steve. So
well,
I signed my own death warrant back in. You know, God created all men free and equal. You get married, it's your own damn fault. I ain't got nobody to blame but myself, but I've had a good time at it. And that's going to be all my baloney for right now. So have a great day, Mr. Steve.
All right, there you go. Spent the week in Pensacola, and they had good weather. Not half bad, right? Oh, let's see what's going on with Fly Rod this morning. What do you say, Fly Rod?
Well, good morning, Mr. Sommers. Greetings and salutations. How are you? How was your weekend?
Short weekend, good weekend. But here we are, back to the old grind. Happy Monday.
Yeah, they're always too short. But Mr. Sommers, I want to tell you that we are calling you live. This is not a pre-recorded message. Steve, it's that time of the month again where the listening audience submits their grades of your last month's performance. I neglected to give you performance news the month prior because I had bigger fish to fry, like up there in Cincinnati, Ohio, which we never made. But anyway, the current grades for you this morning look like this. Your dressing is, you dress very well. They like the way you're dressing. You look like you're wearing a clean, pressed shirt. You combed your hair, and we would venture to guess that you're probably wearing deodorant, so you get an A for that. On the next line, that looks like your delivery. Your delivery looks really, really well. You're saying your words proficiently. You're enunciating your letters. And also on delivery here, it says maybe you could put a little bit more emphasis on an emotion, maybe a little more emotion. So, like when you have some of the callers call in, like the Big Goose, maybe you could put some more excitement in it, or drudgery, like, oh, the Big Goose, something like that.
Oh.
So that's your grade for this month. So congratulations.
Is that a passing report card, in other words?
Job well done. It is. We'd like to see you reach across your back and pat yourself on the back. You've done a fabulous job.
Well, thank you so much, Fly Rod.
Steve, I have other things I want to talk about. Mainly, I'm very disappointed in our listening audience. Once again, calling in, giving all these accolades and salutations to that ass checker up there in Ohio, none other than the Big Goose. Steve, I am forever going to be preaching the gospel against the Big Goose. Mainly that, Steve, let's just face it. Our children in America, across this country, need to be protected from people like him. We need to get that kind of riffraff off the streets. In fact, I'm going to go so far as to contact your governor today and demand that his driver's license be pulled. What do you think about that?
I don't think that's going to go over too well there, Fly Rod.
Well, be that as it may, you may give me a thumbs down, but I have millions and millions of people across this great country who are giving me a thumbs up, so we'll proceed with caution.
Okay.
Second of all, Steve, look, we live in a great country. We're free. to express ourselves. We're free to say what we want. And I just want to say that the big goose is nothing but trouble. He is a no account, no back-taking, Yankee-hating, monkey fart sniffing, yellow AMC Pacer driving hippie. It drives around with bumper stickers on the back of its car that says, "I love puppies and kitties." This kind of two-bit hustler, he really needs to be taken off the street, Steve Summers. And with that, I'll leave it be, and I'll wish you a very farewell adieu. Have an awesome day, sir. We love your program.
Be safe out there, and thanks for the passing grade. Okay, let me see here. Vic responding, he said, Chris may have been referencing eugenics. It was a theory proposed by Charles Darwin's cousin that with proper genetic selection, the human race could be improved and many maladies remedied. It was based on Mandel, a Catholic monk that did genetic research in the Middle Ages in improving plant varieties. The eugenic movement was big in America around the turn of the century. It fell into disrepute when Hitler began using it to create a master race. Today, three-way parents are approved in the United States, which allows for gene splicing in humans, much like what's been done in the plants to bypass the whole generational hybrid creations. Maybe COVID-19 was a wake-up call to discover what's happening in these research labs. Regards. Thank you, Vic. All right. Final time out. We return into Chevy Guy just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, headed down the home stretch here on a Monday. How was your weekend, Chevy Guy?
Oh, it was pretty good. Just to want to bring this part up, the COVID outbreak on the news. My wife wanted to watch the news yesterday evening. They put a map up where the outbreak is, and mind you, on the map of the United States, it was in bright red, and it's throughout the southern states. Now, think about it. The southern states didn't close down, didn't lock up, stayed open, and fared a whole lot better than the northern states that suffered a whole lot more. Democrat-controlled northern states. I hate to think, is it possible that somebody in the Biden administration purposely sent these millions of, they're up to 1 million illegal aliens, unvaccinated, with all kinds of strange diseases, coming, now listen, they're finding out they're coming from India, like the one man said, who go visit India. Yep. No, they're coming through our southern border. They're shoving them in these little aluminum tubes, buses, airliners, and sending them unannounced all over. Apparently, I think Moose made mention of this, they're sending them to southern or Republican cities. And do you think our government, people in our government, are that sadistic? I don't know. I'm just going to leave it there. And also wanted to mention, I did watch a little bit of the Olympics. I was just zipping through the TV, couldn't help it. It was female diving. You know, the Chinese won, and they deserve it. They were very, very artistic. But these girls, their bottom sides were, their shoulders were the widest part about them. They were as skinny as a rail, like olive oil. Think olive oil. So you had 2 olive oils standing there side by side diving. Meanwhile, our American, Canadian, Italian women had that wonderful shape. You know, they had, so them Chinese, I mean, when they went through the water, it looked like a drop of, just a drop of water hit there. It didn't make no splash. But you ain't going to get them beautiful backsides in that water without making some kind of a splash. And but the reason why I called, and the news just made me want to throw my shoe at TV, is they in this bill, when they get it passed, guess what? Our daughters are going to have to register for the draft. I know it's not the draft, it's selective service. But all it takes is with a swish of the pen, our daughters will be drafted out of high school, will be shoved in the mud, crawling with a rifle, and be taught to kill somebody. Eventually coming home, and not only our sons being messed up, now our daughters. I'm sorry. I think children fare a whole lot better with a screwed up dad and a solid mom. Bringing them home, and then they're going to raise their children with the ills that comes with warfare and killing. I'm really worried about that. But I got to wonder, most of these liberal soccer moms that voted for Biden, I wonder how they feel about it now that their daughters might be drugged from, their Barbie doll collection, and just in a few years be tattered and green and crawling through the mud. So I'm just really upset over that situation. But it just, we got to tough it out. I mean, if the election's honest and pure come less than 2 years, then I mean, it's a sure end. There's a good reason to get, to strengthen the hand of the Republican. And if it doesn't, then we've lost this country. Yeah. And that's just.
And with that, we are out of time, Chevy guys. So we got to roll. And the headline over the weekend was there are 3 states right now that are driving the pandemic. As the divide between vaccinated and unvaccinated regions of the country. 40% of all new cases last week were Florida, Texas, and Missouri. Florida alone apparently accounts for 20% of all new cases nationally. Thinking, well, maybe summertime, and aren't millions of people going in and out of Florida from all over the country? Sure they are. All right, with that, though, out of time. Have a great Monday. See you back at the midnight hour tonight, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.